Labas rytas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to everyone who is here in the town hall and those who are watching us on the internet. I would like to welcome you to AgriFood Lithuania Forum. We have lots of honorable guests and lots of presentations, and I would like to open this event, and you can just give a round of applause to open this event. This forum is already for the fifth time opened in Vilnius, and today the topic is peace for food, which is a very positive topic, but it's a very serious one as well, reacting to the multi-layered food crisis that is in major part started by Russian invasion in Ukraine, which is unprecedented, unprovoked by Ukraine, and also it is also at the same name as in business at OECD initiative, and it is watched by 2,000 viewers. Forum is organized by AgriFood together with business at OECD and business and industry advisory committee at OECD and Lithuanian Industrialists Confederation and Euro Chambers. I am Živilė Kropaitė. I'll be here and I'll try to moderate this session to also stick to the goals and to not get lost amongst all the terms and definitions. But now let me give the floor to Speaker of the Parliament, Viktorija Čmilytė-Nielsen. Good morning, guests, ministers, honorable Director General, organizers. With some of you, I speak for the third time at this event. This is the first live event. And every time we speak about unprecedented challenges that we face in the last decade, the topic is peace for food, which discloses very well what is most important to us. The chaos caused by the aggressor became the problem of the entire continent, and after a few months, the problem of the entire continent. Russia very clearly and painfully showed what really means making concessions to democratic principles, and very quickly it actually said that democratic values can mean nothing to them. And by understanding and ignoring the threats that dependence to totalitarian regimes mean, we chose energy and raw materials, and agriculture also was dependent on that, which is from which we depend, from food resources, fertilizers, energy resources. Our democratic world was shaken by that. Back in 2008 and 14, we were negligent, and Russia believed in its impunity and turned into a weapon. Propaganda that was poisoned by our societies for a few decades, energy dependence on which were determined our raw materials. This year, food was turned into weapon, and to us, Lithuania, this also means a threat, but also a unique opportunity. If we use them, clearly that would mean a qualitative jump. Our everyday life, of course, makes us think about everyday survival and not only about dependence. And many sectors feel that very painfully. Many sectors felt that as a challenge. But also, we became interested in newest technologies and alternative sources of energy. Every crisis makes us change and think of the times when everything seemed very peaceful. Now we are developing wind and sun energy, whereas the increasing costs made also our farmers to learn a painful lesson and to reduce the costs. All this couldn't happen without smart technologies. Agriculture is not only smart reality, but it also makes us ensure prospects and good way towards the future. And smart technologies help us to uh, be equal to other countries that use smart resources. We don't have fossil fuels, but we have a talented and potential of business and entrepreneurship. And this makes us an advanced country. When we look at 2022 and the dynamics, we see that good GDP growth results were possible because of the good growth of agriculture and IT sector. So we managed to put a good foundation for Lithuania as a smart country. Now we have to create conditions that would not halt the technological breakthrough, but would promote it. In a few years, we could say that GDP in Lithuania was ensured not only by separate IT and agriculture sectors, but the synergy that they create. In the last few years, the world saw how vulnerable supply chains are that connected Asia, Europe, and other continents. We see that the optimization started by the pandemic is also put to a challenge by unprecedented war started by Russia. Is it only a threat to Lithuania or additional challenge? Well, our strength, and I speak about us, is the ability to adjust to different situations and to become stronger. That happened back in 1999 during Russian crisis and also 10 years after that, and I have no doubt it will happen now. Part of our sectors receive benefit because we actually return our capacities to our sectors. But you will discuss that, and we will discuss lots of important ideas that in the future will turn into successful decisions. I would like to thank you for your invitation, and I wish you a fruitful conference. Thank you to the Speaker of the Parliament. And now let me give the floor to Kęstutis Navickas, the Minister of Agriculture. Honorable Speaker of the Parliament, colleague Aušrinė, dear guests, I don't really have a lot to say after this such a great introduction of the Speaker of the Parliament, but I would like to focus your attention on a few things. Peace for food is the topic of this conference, and it's a pity that we call it this way because the concept of peace for a long time was focused on conflict regions that are far away from us and that do not really touch our everyday life. But a brutal, unprecedented war caused by Russia in Ukraine made us think that could be named by our education strategy, create and draft Meilė Lukšienė, the connections or the networks. And two objects were targeted during the first days of this war to food and resources. That's why food supply was something that was missing and at risk to Ukrainian people and the army. Later on, all the supply chains were disrupted. from tins to all the things that were used for producing food. That's why we are also thinking about this when we think about food as strategy. Because on the one hand, we are a food exporting country, but we're very dependent on energy resources from supply chains and also food processing. On the other hand, nobody could believe that food can become a tool for blackmail. When the ports of Black Sea were closed, also not only grain supply was disrupted to the faraway countries, but also that made the prices go up the roof, because that is a listed commodity in the stock exchange, and we have to think what we do as consumers. And that's why we come back to the concept of food waste. Food waste is not only something as a concept related to economy, but gains a very specific social aspect to us to retain food for those who really need it, who come, also the survivors and migrants. Also, our dependence from energy resources is very important. Fertilizers and lots of innovations come in hand there. Not only smart technologies that are used by for fertilizers, but also coming back to fundamental knowledge, knowledge about how plants can help us protect the fertility, to protect the soil, to remain fertile. And this is also very important. Also, food security is also very important, and our priority areas. Our government, the government of this term, we saw the sectors, agricultural sectors, we saw the groups of food that we don't produce, and this should be our priority. We invested a lot into dairy sector, also into vegetables, and we want to ensure food and vegetable sector. And we do hope that the results will be good, because this is the investment. We will not see the results tomorrow, but we hope that we will be secure in this way. We will have the main products to ensure our everyday livelihood. What I hope and expect from our conference, from the discussions, is to discuss the resilience measures, the resilience of us as a country, as a region, and to find the decisions that could help us to feel secure, stronger and healthier. This is what I wish to you. I wish you good discussions. Thank you. The Ministry of the Economy and Innovation of the Republic of Lithuania, Aušrinė Armonaitė. Speaker of the Parliament, Mr. Minister, also colleagues and guests, good morning. Well, indeed, I'm very happy to start the day during such a really meaningful event about peace, about food, and most probably one thing which is stable in Europe is that everything is changing all the time. And we politicians, decision makers, and also businessmen, also those who create jobs, have to admit that. And we have to adapt to changes and to change ourselves. I hear everyone who feels difficulty to fight after the pandemic, who is really find it difficult. And we are considering the budget during in our parliament, and 2.5 billion euros was allocated. And this is a package that will be allocated to different tools, horizontal, for example, the cushioning of electricity price, that could help you to survive. Another thing which is important is that our businesses inspire us. Some of them are very innovative and make Lithuania famous around the world. From tractors who are powered by USBs, and to the growth of cannabis, and producers and processors of different foodstuffs. This is a new page in agriculture. And when we reflect, when we think about the future of agriculture, innovations, digitalization is inseparable part of this. Let me develop the food tech sector and the future of it. Biotechnologies today amount to 2.5% of our GDP. By 2030, we will have the sector that will generate some 5% of GDP. Maybe before 2030, because everything is growing quickly, 22% every year. This is biotech. And a part of biotech is food tech, food technologies that today are changing the world. The way Israel is planning its food future, they focus a lot on this sector. The USA as well. And this is a new page that we're turning together in Lithuania only because of you. And we're ready to help you as much as we can. And we are open to you, and I do hope that you feel that. And I would like to wish you to think not only about the survival of companies, but also about a new page, new technologies, digital solutions in production, and new products that can be offered by innovations and R&D. Thank you very much. And I wish you all the best.
Ačiū labai visiems, šiaip neįtikėtina.
Thank you very much. It's incredible that all these welcoming addresses had also lots of contents, and they also encourage us for further discussions with lots of ideas that we will discuss.
Trade and Agriculture Directorate at OECD, Marian Jansen, to join us online, and I hope we can soon have a connection and talk to her. She will deliver a keynote presentation. Marion Jansen, can you by any chance hear us at this very moment? I think we can see you. Thank you so much for joining. The floor is yours. We are all ears. We are eager to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Hello, good morning. I do hear you, and I do hope that you hear me too. Can you confirm this, please?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent. Very pleased to be with you today. Very sad to be with you only digitally, and hoping to be able to be with you face to face at another stage. I did have the pleasure to meet your minister in Paris 2 weeks ago in the context of our ministerial meeting of agriculture ministers. So, Minister Kęstutis Navikas, many thanks for having joined us in this very important event. The theme of today's meeting could not be more suitable. The theme, Peace for Food, is more relevant than ever. I just come back from the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, where food systems, agriculture, and the relationship with climate change were discussed. And like at our agriculture ministerial meeting, I heard a lot about how much farmers are struggling with unprecedented climate conditions and how this is affecting their harvests. Climate change is putting food markets under stress. And in this context, it is a rather unfortunate that an additional event has put even more stress on food markets. And I'm talking here about Russia's large-scale aggression against Ukraine that is posing additional severe risks to global food security and to the right to adequate food, including through the destruction of infrastructure and crops and by damaging trust in supply chains. The war has added pressure to agricultural markets, pushing up international food and input prices, raising food security concerns, notably in key importer countries in the Middle East and North Africa. At their peak, early in spring, wheat prices rose up to 60% above the pre-war situation. And some countries, including Russia, added to pressure by export restrictions on wheat and on fertilizers. Other commodities have experienced high price increases. In the meantime, prices have calmed down a little bit, but it continues to be a lot of uncertainty in markets, including because we do not know whether trade through the Black Sea will continue to be possible, and including because some countries are continuing to use export restrictions or threatening to use them. Peace for food is therefore more necessary than ever. An end of this war would contribute greatly to calming down food markets. And we also know that absence of food and stark food security risks can put peace at risk. Where people do not have access to food, social unrest arises. The relationship between food and peace and food is therefore stronger than ever. And your meeting today is therefore a very important one. As I mentioned before, we met on November 3 and 4 early this month in Paris with ministers and high-level representatives of the OECD and also non-members at the ministerial level to discuss agriculture and food systems. We did this under the title Building Sustainable Agriculture and Food Systems in a Changing Environment. We discussed shared challenges and transformative solutions. And if there's one outcome from this meeting that brought together around 280 participants, if there is one outcome, it is that the countries present realized that they all shared the same challenges. The problem of dealing with climate change is a problem that farmers and other actors in food systems across the globe share. The pressure to adjust the production method in order to deal with climate change and in order to improve their contribution to environmental sustainability is also a shared challenge. And an additional challenge that actors in the food systems share is that they're finding it increasingly hard to make a livelihood out of their activities because they have to deal with so many pressures. We refer therefore to the challenges in food system as a triple challenge. And during our ministerial, ministers and other senior representatives discussed those challenges together. The challenge of food guaranteeing global food security, the challenge of ensuring environmental sustainability, and the challenge too of ensuring livelihoods in food systems. We had the pleasure to have with us the Minister of Agrarian Policy and Food from Ukraine, Mykola Solsky, only digitally, like I'm only digitally with you today, to hear virtually from him about how the Russian invasion is affecting production in Ukraine and how farmers in Ukraine are dealing with the situation. This triggered us up of a very lively discussion on food security. We also heard from many ministers and also from representatives from the private sector, including farmers, about how they are struggling to make the necessary investments in order to ensure that production is environmentally sustainable. And we also heard how difficult farmers are finding it to continue to make a livelihood around from their work. It is indeed a formidable challenge to meet, to come up with solutions to all of this. We have calculated that if we want to reach global food security and environmental sustainability at the same time, we would need to increase productivity in food systems by around 28% over the next decade. That's a lot. And that number is even more daunting if you realize that over the past decade, productivity increase was only 1/3 of this. So we would need to increase productivity in the agricultural sector by 28%, triple productivity growth above what it was a decade ago. How is this possible? How can we achieve this? We do believe that this is really difficult. I'm not sure whether we will be able to meet it, but what we consider important is to have put this number out in the public and to signal to the public at large how daunting the challenges are that we have in food systems. And you in the audience are the actors who will have to find solutions to meet that challenge. How do we at the OECD help you with this? First, we are tracking whether productivity is increasing or not. And we are tracking also whether environmental indicators are increasing or improving at the same time or not. We are doing this in multiple ways. And notably, we are doing this with our so-called agro-environmental indicators. This is a monitoring tool that we have put in place and that tracks progress on both agricultural productivity growth and environmental sustainability. We believe that this is a useful tool not only for policymakers to track how their sector is performing, but also for actors in the private sector, because it helps you to signal, well, we may have done a bit less good on the productivity growth, but look here, we have been improving a lot on environmental sustainability. Or the contrary, we have improved a lot on productivity, but less on environmental sustainability. Or the ideal case, we have improved along both lines. But tracking, monitoring is important in order to understand whether we are going as a community in any way in the right direction. It will also help us to assess whether maybe the right environmental sustainability productivity combination differs across countries depending on climatic situation and other regional specificities. We also track, in addition to tracking how productivity is behaving, we also track how governments are intervening in agricultural markets. That we do this with something called producer support estimates. With these data, well, we also call them data on agricultural subsidies, we understand how much governments are spending on agriculture, but above all, we understand what they are spending on. We know that in recent years, governments that are covered, the 54 countries that are covered in our data sets, have been spending around $800 billion on support to agriculture. Now, supporting agriculture is a good thing because agriculture is encountering, as I mentioned, a lot of challenges. But unfortunately, the funding has not been spent on the type of measures that we consider to be good for productivity, good for livelihoods, and good for the environment. In fact, spending on innovation, on infrastructure, on skills, on research, the kind of spending that is good to address the triple challenge, that type of spending has has gone down as a share of total spending, whereas a decade ago, 16% of total spending was spent on what we call the win-win-win spending. Today, it's only 13%. Now, in the declaration of the ministerial meeting, ministers have committed to change this and to direct more spending to what is considered good spending. So, in addition to tracking, monitoring what countries are doing in terms of productivity and environmental performance, in addition to tracking how governments are spending their money, what else are we doing? A lot of our work focuses, there's the third aspect, on trade, markets, and on transparency. So we support with our work the openness of agricultural markets, and we believe that this is very important, notably in terms of tensions, in order to maintain stability in markets. We are one of the important players in AMIS, the Agricultural Market Information System that provides transparency in agricultural markets, and that has proven to be very useful during COVID-19, a bit less so during the Russian aggression, but nevertheless useful in order to understand what is going on in markets. And when we have knowledge, when we have transparency, overreactions and overshooting in markets is less likely. So I've mentioned already 3 things to you. Let me mention a 4th thing. We conduct in-depth country analysis in many countries in order to help them to support innovation and to achieve sustainable and resilient agricultural productivity growth. We are notably right now doing this at the EU level. 5th, our codes and schemes facilitate international trade, including by encouraging the production and use of high quality seeds and plants, because the codes and schemes represent a certification systems that we run at the OECD for vegetables, fruit, seeds, and forest products, and also for tractors. These certification systems make international trade easy. And last but not least, very important, the corporate research program. With the corporate research program, we fund researchers in member countries to conduct research abroad or to organize international conferences and therefore exchange best knowledge and learn from each other. We were very proud that during the Agricultural Minister Conference early November, Israel joined the corporate research program. We are also very pleased that Lithuania is a member of this important program. Now, with these 6 items, monitoring the progress in sustainable productivity growth, monitoring the spending of governments and the type of spending for agriculture. 3rd, facilitating the openness of markets and transparency in markets. 4th, in-depth analysis at the country level. 5th, certification schemes in the agricultural sector. And 6th, our corporate research program. We support your work and we support our members' work in the direction of increased sustainable productivity growth. We are very pleased that during the Agricultural Ministerial Conference, ministers supported this work, called for more action in this direction, and expressed their trust in the collaboration with the OECD in this field. In the declaration, ministers also expressed their concern about the situation in Ukraine and expressed their support for the Black Sea Initiative and for the EU priority lanes that help the exports from Ukrainian wheat and other agricultural commodities to the rest of the world. We do know that currently, thanks to these initiatives over the past months, the exports from Ukraine nearly reached levels that they had reached before the war, and that therefore it was possible for Ukraine to continue contributing to stability of agricultural market thanks to these important initiatives. Please count on us to continue supporting your efforts of the private sector, your efforts of Lithuanian policymakers to meet the triple challenge of meeting global food security, of ensuring environmental sustainability, and providing stable livelihoods for all actors across the food supply chains. We stand ready to continue to support you, and we look forward to continued collaboration. I wish you a very successful meeting on this important topic, peace for food, and I look forward to listen to your discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you're still with us for a minute, if you don't mind, I will ask you just a very brief question. Thank you for reminding everybody about the support the sector has from you. Our audiences here are mostly businesses, NGOs, institutions, but what about the general audiences? How could they contribute to achieving peace for food faster? What would your message to the general audience, the people, be?
Well, we have a particular situation right now where we are dealing, in particular in your region with an important national security threat. So this is something where I think that is potentially beyond ordinary people. Where ordinary people, the public at large, can help when it comes to the peace for food aspect is to remain calm and not to overreact in times of change. Just like at the policy level, interventions like export restrictions and a very intensive stock building upsets markets, creates additional stability. This could a private reactions like increased hoarding at the family level can also lead to these kind of problems. We have seen quite a bit of that in my home country, Germany. Stay calm, stay responsible, but definitely yes, also request from policymakers and from the private sector the transparency you need and the information you need as public at large in order to understand how to act responsibly.
Thank you so much for your reminders. That was Director of the Trade and Agriculture Directorate at OECD, Marion Jensen. We will give you a big round of applause and thank you again for joining.
Now, some brief accents, just summarizing what our speaker said. The Speaker of the Parliament said that we lived too safely for too long. We must be more responsible now. Ministers have also delivered some key messages, so please bear them in mind. We are going to have long discussions today in several halls, so please bear in mind that you are free to go to the hall wherever you find discussions to be most interesting. And now I will give the floor to Kristina Sharmukshnite Lashunene, and please give her a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor to see so many of you here, so many guests, partners, also guests from Lithuania. And thank you very much for such a beautiful presentation. Well, without further ado, let me give the floor to other guests and continue the forum. Well, we had so many nice ideas in this forum, and we are talking that agri-food sector is not just foods equipping with secure food. This is a priority sector and has become a national priority sector. And we will try to speak about what the chair mentioned, about how the food sector to become greener and supply with newest technologies, and that we really are entitled by the Green Deal, and also we are committed to make food accessible, healthy, with green ingredients, and ensure the food source and to make the regions to develop. We will speak a lot about that. And let me start from the welcome discussion and invite our guests today. Yaroslav Neverovich will be the first one. Please give a round of applause. Marius Vaščega from the European Commission representation, and Vidmantas Janulevičius, the president of Lithuanian Confederalists. Thank you very much for coming and here. And you are not related to AgriFood sector, but we will be very interested in how you see how the food sector looks like today. War in Ukraine made agri-food sector priority. We have to ensure the food security not only in the country but also at the same time we have the pandemic consequences which also influences agri-food sector. We also have energy crisis, also price inflation, so we have a lot to talk about. I would like to start from you, Mr. Yaroslav, and your first impressions. Thank you very much for the invitation. The President Nausėda, we focus a lot on agri-food sector. The President took part in the main battle on the future of agriculture when discussing on the multi-annual framework. And we have the main tools so agriculture could grow, change, and I'm talking about funding, and the President contributed directly from 16 billion euros, he could really fight for more. And so we need to remember that only now we are approaching to the direct payment average in the EU. So when we speak about all crises that you mentioned, we are talking about the inner homework in the EU when we speak about the common market, the fact that our farmers have to be helped with the solutions, and we have to remember that only at the end of this decade, we will come closer to the EU average in terms of subsidies, and I think we have to speak about that a lot. As regards other priorities, the agenda of our president is that he speaks about a partial decision in decarbonizing our economy, in helping our regions, and also the limits of the payments, changing the structure in terms of how our agriculture looks like when biggest farms receive the biggest subsidies, and this should be different. The priorities should be really different. And the president speaks about the short chains to make it more resilient. So it is a, maybe a way to eat healthier in the regions, to also contribute to climate neutrality goals. So agricultural sector actually is what is very important. And Russian war contributed to the pain of the sector. So we have to speak about the challenges, and the energy challenges also show us what we need to do and how we need to change. We shouldn't be speaking and looking only at the current solution, but to look beyond them, because then we're going to be late with decisions, and we will be forced to ask others for help, as we do in energy sector. So it is my wish to the sector and to the representatives the of the sector to look for solutions. Thank you very much for your position, and thank you very much. And I will then give the second question to the other speakers. We heard about this Green Deal, and maybe it was rushed too much. Oh, what about the Green Deal? Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation and the relevant topic. You mentioned lots of crises that we need to face, and I will come back to the question what we're doing about grain exports from Ukraine. But as you spoke about the Green Deal, let me react on this topic. Indeed, food sector is very important in the Green Deal. The agricultural sector is very important, and we have really approved the long-term plan, and it was approved together with biodiversity strategy from farm to fork. Nobody mentioned it today, but this is our transformation decisions foreseen for the future. And we can find different ideas and ways to solve that, to become more sustainable in agriculture. At the same time, to become healthier and more responsible. No doubt that the focus is on different things. We shouldn't forget long-term goals. And this other thing is related to the global food crisis, the prices of food and fertilizers. And here the European Commission, from the very beginning of Russian invasion, focused a lot on this topic. And Kęstutis Navickas also welcomed us. I do remember in April when Commissioner Janusz Wojciechowski came to Lithuania. He is responsible for agriculture. And when we met together with Kęstutis Navickas and Ukrainian agriculture minister in Lithuania for the first time, when we talked together in terms of how to help to export agri-food from Ukraine, that then export stopped, and Ukraine exports 45 million tons of grain every year. So we needed to look for decisions fast. And European Commission proposal was that of the solidarity lane. When you come to the border, you have a few lanes to cross the border, and if they are all jammed, export cannot happen. So the idea was to free the road for export. And the European Commission submitted its proposal in May. Today, after 4 or 5 months, I can just be happy that the backbone of this initiative helped us to export 15 million tons of food products from Ukraine to the rest of the world. And this is very important. The UN helped us to unblock the ports, and 25 million tons of food products were exported. And that makes global food crisis easier, brings the prices down, because the main issue here is the price. So that was the initiative, very successfully moving forward, and it is being discussed in G20 meeting in Bali. The second thing that is seen by the European Commission, and we heard it from many speakers, is the problem, the increase in costs in agricultural produce. The problem is related to fertilizers, and fertilizer prices also related to fuel prices. So the European Commission submitted its proposal on to fertilizer producers, because the fertilizer sector should remain a priority sector in this complicated situation, so not to disrupt agricultural produce. So this is the newest initiative from the European Commission. And I started my introductory speech with the Green Deal. It cannot be but the long-term beacon. A long-term crisis is a climate crisis, is a crisis of diversity. And in order to fight this, we have to continue this transformation, especially agri-food sector requires lots of discussions and efforts with the sector itself. And this is happening, and we do that by looking for best solutions. Thank you very much for such comprehensive introduction. And now let me give the floor to Vidmantas. Vidmante, you are as a representative of the biggest business confederation in Lithuania. Business politicians say one thing, we need to move forward. And what about business? What are the challenges awaiting during this crisis? Thank you very much for the opportunity to take part in the forum. It is very important, interactive, and I hear Marius, Yaroslavas, we all see that in a similar way. And this is the biggest, I think, achievement. Lithuania, when it became the EU member, we don't split people into groups. We look at the society as an opportunity, and the synergy is growing, and I do hope that this is going to be in the future the same way. As regards those challenges, these challenges are unprecedented for business this time. And talking about the Lithuanian statistics, and Lithuanian export has increased despite all the challenges. Our food sector is the vehicle of this economic, so to say, boom, maybe. And the way how could we change at the times of crisis, I think we need to look for opportunities and think about the Green Deal, because we can't live without our grain food. We are one of the leaders. We produce a lot of grain, and in the world we're amongst two or three. And this export is good. Well, for me as an industrialist, what is missing? We export to the rest of the world, but I look at Denmark. Why? Agriculture in Denmark has 18 of GDP, and we have 9 or 10, because we're no different. The geographic zone is the same. Maybe we export a lot of raw materials, but too little of the final product. And this vertical chain gives more added value, and this is how we try to protect ourselves. And we have lots of opportunities, and of course our farmers know better than I do, but this added value, 8%, is 4 to 5 billion euros in terms of our GDP, and that could contribute a lot, and we have a lot to do. Well, as for the Green Deal, this direction is good. We need to implement it now. Imagine Lithuania, if we have the energy resources on the same level, will transfer 7 billion euros. Imagine that for gas, electricity, resources. If all that remained in Lithuania, the amount is immense. Maybe something is expensive to move to wind, but this money could remain and could make the life better of our people. So at the time of crisis, I think we need to exchange information to make food cheaper. Self-driven tractors is something that will happen quickly. You have robots, vacuum cleaners, and the tractor could be self-driven. That could be pre-programmed and cultivate the plot. Of course, electricity is an issue, but we need to look at wind energy, solar energy, new equipment to get electricity from wind farms. Lithuanian agriculture is moving that way. We have quite a lot of opportunities, and the fertilizer sector could also do that. We also could convert lots of surplus resources into hydrogen. Here, Maleficius could move to with zero CO2 emission, and that could be something that could help us in reducing also pollution, and also increasing the opportunities for ETS, sorry, and let's not waste so much money into third countries. Our GDP is 13 trillion. So it's 13% of GDP that we're giving to someone that could use this money not for democratic purposes. Those who have fossil fuels, very useful fossil fuels, are very useful dictators. Lots of opportunities, business is looking forward, and of course it's not easy, but the support that the government could give is important because it's always easier to retain things that we have and to help business, and business has to pay back. Our opportunities and indicators show that last year they paid record taxes and the budget is balanced and even in surplus. And during the pandemic, the Lithuanian economy shrank the least. So our governments work together with business, try to help, and we have one of the best results. So let's move forward. Thank you very much. You mentioned two important aspects. We have an opportunity from crisis to ensure energy independence. Let me develop this. Energy increases the price. We see a big crisis, but renewable sources of energy, technology requires lots of investment here and now. What does business is missing in order to start quickly? Of course, renewable sources of energy, also wind is not as easy as possible. So we need to work on also decision on permission, giving the permissions. But I've been uh, repeating the same example. My mother was a devotee. She's 95. Wind farm and solar energy looks bad to her because there's something vibrating. I work with wind, with solar. It's okay. But for my children who are 12 and 13, wind farms is something beautiful, innovative, green. So at the same time, first of all, I would like to change the approach. This is a synergy and opportunity and not something distorting the landscape. Of course, putting lots of wind farms is not good. But if we are more efficient, we can coordinate more and ensure their income for the farmers to use biofuel, wind. We can convert that into green and added value, which is very important with CO2 emissions in the future. We will have to implement the carbon tax, CBAM. And when we speak about wind farms, solar that is here with us, this is a clean future, Lithuanian future, because we don't have fossil fuels. Maybe thank God to that, but we need to generate the welfare of our people ourselves. Well, we in the south we need to actually protect from overheating of cultures. So this is the value that is created, but via electricity we can solve many issues with the lower CO2 emission. What do we need for that? We need faster transition, maybe bigger investment to make us more independent, green, and incentive for the rest of the world. So CBAM tax is a tax to encourage the rest of the world to be sustainable, because EU uh, industry pays for the investment, but it can help us to create perpetuum mobile. But the transition has to be gradual, and we need incentives for that. So we could make the welfare of the European Union and of Lithuania. So I think the Green Deal, well, when I had the presentation of von der Leyen before COVID in March, I stood up and I gave a round of applause. And because this is the course of the future that would encourage us to move forward and to think about those who wish for the sustainable future. And this food um, for the future is something that is worth considering. Well, in continuing your idea, Yaroslav, I would like to focus on you. Business said about energy independence. Is it a utopia or something to be achieved? Well, everything happened before the beginning of the war, and at the end of the year, we looked at the energy prices, and we didn't know that this is a part of the plan that Russia started in limiting basically the supply, and they refused to give more gas, and then war started. We all understood what is happening, but before that we had a few meetings at the president's office how we could help to prepare the mechanisms for households to tackle these challenges. And one of the bigger plans was to free investment opportunities. And back in January, we spoke about that, and the energy ministry gave the package of the breakthrough package, and there are certain challenges. The developers are not happy with the ceiling of 2 gigawatts hours to wind solar parks, but there are 2 other gigawatts that are foreseen for investment into solar panels. And agriculture has a lot of potential. Also, the establishment of energy communities that complies with the EU directives. This is a mechanism to include, together with our farmers, in establishing the community that could invest into solar energy. And this is quite a quick decision to construct the electricity production capacity and to reduce the costs without taking part in the common market, because we're paying quite a high price. This is an instrument that will generate the secondary acts, and there will be funding for that. So our agricultural sector has a potential due to the business-like approach, also regions to be a backbone to help to develop energy communities. This is one of the solutions, and the second solution is biofuel potential. It was understood in a primitive way that one developer has to produce something from that and to earn money, whereas the potential is much more sophisticated, and we would need to look into the entire ecosystem. As the potential is really needed in the cities to use biogas transport. The municipalities don't think too much that you can produce biofuel here, not to pay to someone else and not to be dependent on the outside world, and to find these synergies and to create bigger value to local citizens and the production of biofuel, and to have this benefit here in the local economy. So these are possibilities for agriculture to develop new projects and to look at the bigger added value, to take part in other areas using financial instruments. It's a pity when you see that agriculture is not related to, for example, RRF funds, and we ask ourselves why agriculture is not taking part in other measures, because there is no ban to develop energy innovations. Agriculture is a part of that, of the rest of the economy, and it can take part in other projects, and there is a big potential to develop energy and biofuel.
Let me also add that wind similarly is included here, and Lithuania has a law on the distant producers, and having one wind turbine, you can share virtually the production with several farmers. And this also tackles the problem of visual pollution. So these are similar energy communities. And similarly, in the future, the biogas system could also be included in this incentive scheme. And as of the 1st of March, a tool of RFF amounting to 700 million euros is going to be launched. And today I can see here many colleagues, and I welcome you. I'm inviting you to join this facilitated debt scheme for the generation of energy from renewable energy sources for own needs, and you will receive benefit here in terms of lower electricity price. You will be able to fix it for yourselves, as this is your investment. Another important thing is that we will reduce CO2 here, and the food packaging is also going to be evaluated in terms of CO2 emissions. And in the future, this amount of CO2 is going to be labeled. And while using renewable energy sources, you will reduce CO2 at the same time as well. So, as of the 1st of March, please address the Confederation of Industrialists, and we are going to advise you about the participation possibilities there. Thank you. Today, we're going to have many discussions on this topic as regards carbon farming and biogas. And let me also ask Marius now. You have directly contributed to the drafting of strategy from food to fork. Have you started discussions about additional measures or additional objectives in accordance with this direction? The strategy itself was adopted in May 2020, right after COVID. At this important time, and it was clearly seen as to how much the food was important, and the importance of environment was also acutely felt. And the strategy from food to fork was adopted together with another strategy that of biodiversity. And these were two sides of the same coin, trying to protect the environment, biodiversity, and at the same time developing agriculture. Then an agreement on the agricultural policy review was also achieved, and here I'm speaking about some technical matters, but strategic plans were adopted for each country related to agriculture, and the Commission discusses with every country separately as to how these strategic plans have to be implemented, and measures on achieving more sustainable agriculture are also laid down there. So this is the main tool for implementation of strategy from food to fork. The colleagues have spoken about many things here, for instance, about renewable energy. And we can see that through fertilizers, through energy, this is an inseparable part of agriculture. And global prices are increased by the inaccessibility of foodstuffs or reduced supplies from Ukraine because of war, while on the other hand, it is the increase of prices through the price of energy. World Bank has estimated that the increase of 1% of food prices pushes to the risk of poverty tens of millions of people around the world. So, colleagues have spoken about renewable energy, and these are highly important matters. And let me only mention that the European Commission also finds it highly important. And let us come back to the Green Deal here. On the 24th of February 2020, if we didn't have Green Deal then, we would have needed to invent it right away. So that was quite a far-sighted step in 2019 at the beginning of the work of this European Commission, and this was priority number one to Ursula von der Leyen, and it remains so. So the Green Deal has started a transformation towards renewable energy, and lots of things have already been achieved. Now, speaking about energy independence, I have several figures there here. A report on energy was recently published, and I can see that this year, from May to September, we produced solar energy 12% more as compared to last year, 13% more of wind energy than last year. So we can see that the development of renewable energy is expanding. Of course, there are different speeds in the European Union, but the growth of capacities is exponential, from 15% in some countries to 27% in some others. So this is exponential growth, and I believe that soon we're going to see even bigger changes. I was surprised to see these figures, and I believe that next year I'm going to be surprised even more. And of course, there's going to be an impact on agriculture as well, either directly through measures or indirectly through fertilizers, cheaper fertilizers, or other types of use of energy for the production of fertilizers. Now, coming back to the Green Deal, we have provided for certain plans on reduction of the use of fertilizers on the level of the European Union, thereby contributing to productivity and compatibility of our agricultural sector, thereby making water bodies cleaner, including the Baltic Sea, which is a closed sea, and that would be quite a favorable change. Thank you. Now I have the following question from the audience. We are speaking about costs and reduction of costs. We're speaking about energy. Now the question arises as follows: what about the quality of food? Aren't we going back to the stage where quality becomes more important than quantity becomes more important than quality? Well, we can take agriculture of no matter which European Union country, and in terms of quality, it is exceptional compared to other countries around the world. Here I mean the quality of agricultural produce. So, introduction of the sustainability element is not going to reduce quality, quite on the contrary. Now, speaking about the future directions for humanity, we have made various studies, and they show the following: the people should move towards more sustainable agricultural products. It's the obvious choice. Of course, the question related to the price remains. Foodstuffs need to be affordable for as many people as possible, but up till now we have seen a huge growth of the foodstuffs and agricultural products, and therefore progressive agriculture tries to move in this direction as well. I have discussed many times with the representatives of agricultural sector, and I know certain restrictions here as well. The price and many other aspects, reorientation and regulatory measures have also to adapt, and I know this very well. But fact is that the trend is that we are moving towards higher quality, and the people are associating quality with sustainability. Thank you for your answer. We have many questions from the audience, and let me give you those questions. Yaroslav, there's a question for you. Do you see that a priority could be given to small farmers in Lithuania? Because in Europe, we can see the trend of farms growing ever bigger. Well, here we should speak about higher added value, and this does not mean becoming bigger. And this means quality, sustainability, short supply chains. I personally highly miss this. For example, while being in Brussels, you can take a bicycle and go somewhere to the province, stopping on your way to have a sandwich from a local farmer. these elements are not necessarily going to be implemented by large farms, but it brings high added value to city dwellers. And this could be done by small and medium sized farmers with the help of central government. So I believe that we miss uh, projects like this, and we should not juxtapose these ideas. Uh, Big farms are becoming ever bigger, small farms cannot compete. No, we should look at our specifics, we should look at competitive advantages, at needs, short supply chains. We can hear from Utana, Lasdi, town mayors that having implemented their projects on short supply chains, they saw slightly higher prices at the beginning, but later on the prices went back to the initial levels. However, now they can eat healthy food, especially at schools, because supply chains have become shorter, so the children can have healthier food. So we have these good examples. It's just that we need to give right priorities, to share best practices, and we are trying to do this in the President's office. We have organized the Forum of the Regions. We provided platform for city mayors to exchange their practices, and this way the circle of those understanding benefits could become bigger, and this could have a certain impact on ministries as well in terms of looking for niches for the agriculture here. Thank you. As regards short supply chains of provision of food to schools, I believe that everybody should work shoulder to shoulder here, and farms can see high added value here, but certain political measures are lacking. However, I'm glad to hear that we are moving towards this direction. Now, Vidmantas, I have a question for you. We've spoken about higher added value, the need for additional technologies. So, what measures are planned? Are they planned for the digitalization of food industry? Thank you for this question. Certainly, food industry needs to be digitalized, and this reduces the costs of production processes. And I believe that here we should look at newer equipment, working with digital solutions in terms of processing sector, so that more hands would be freed and these people could be used in other areas, thereby creating higher added value. So I think that we could have more measures here, because indeed Lithuania is a digital country in many senses. We have energy tech, although everybody is talking about fintech, but we are very advanced in terms of energy tech on the level of the EU, and these things should be implemented in the agricultural sector as well. We can see many young farmers in Lithuania successfully moving forward with their dairy farms and other farms, but there could be more measures like this. Maybe we would need better roadmaps showing us the way on which to move. Europe has Digital Innovation Center, and in the next 7 years, together with the European Union partners, we are going to clarify those areas that could be useful for Lithuania's agriculture, that could increase productivity, reduce costs, reduce the cost of food, and this way we could achieve the levels of the added value of our neighboring countries, such as Denmark or other countries around the Baltic Sea. So, digitalization, having invested to it here, would have those 5 or 6 billion returning very fast. At the moment, we lack education. Today, I believe that we have to educate agricultural representatives as to how implement various measures more efficiently to make use of the experience of other countries, while in certain areas Lithuania could share its experience with other countries, and that's how we should move forward. Thank you for your answer. Yaroslav said that certain measures could be used by farmers, but sometimes they can't use them or they are not eligible for using those measures. So we could only hope that more measures could be offered to farmers. Another important thing, you, Vidmantas, mentioned strategic documents for agribusiness and smart specialization. So we can only hope from policymakers that agri sector will be incorporated into these advanced technologies. The Ministry of Innovations and Economy said that fintech and agri-tech has good basis here in Lithuania and could be one of the priority areas. Today we have lots of experts taking part in the conference physically. Do we have any question from the audience? Any question or comment? No? Yes, we do have. Yes, please. Microphone, please. No, we can't without the microphone because the interpreters will not be able to interpret. Sorry, interpreters cannot hear without the microphone. Please bring the microphone to the speaker.
Prisistatysiu Žemės ūkio rūmų.
So let me introduce myself. I'm Vice President of Lithuania's Agricultural Chamber and Director of the Pig Growers in Lithuania. So today discussions are held about the following. Farmers should produce gas, turn it into methane, and put it into a bus. This is quite a long chain. On the other hand, we will buy a vessel of gas, we will put it into a plant, and we will produce electricity. So why shouldn't it be vice versa? We shouldn't put gas produced in farms to buses and clean them artificially. So this is a practical question related to smart solutions, and it is related to policy making. We are lagging behind in this area. So Yaroslav, as a former Minister of Energy, I could comment. This is a question related to engineering, and I'm not going to speak about this engineering part. I'm not able to explain this, but to put it simply, there are certain standards that should be adhered to, and the main idea here is to find synergy between the existing solutions and infrastructure, and it's natural that in using this infrastructure, the produced biogas must comply with certain specifications. We cannot cause harm or risk of harm to infrastructure. We cannot damage infrastructure. And I believe that this question can be tackled by investing into a certain equipment, certain components are needed in order to purify this gas, and then it can take part on equal terms in this chain. And clean gas from a vessel as you say, are more than 10 times more expensive compared to this purified gas. So here it's high time in investing in projects like this and expanding opportunities for farmers to receive funding for projects like this. And these projects can be regarded as independent business projects. Loans can be acquired from banks, and cooperation can be held with municipalities and other stakeholders, because resources produced by farmers is what economy needs, and this can be used in a smart way in order to create new branches of business in agricultural sector itself. Now, to contribute to what Yaroslav said, I would say that this was an old scheme in subsidizing gas. Methane would increase the ozone layer, and methane produced from cattle would increase greenhouse gases. So subsidies were provided for the installation of equipment in order to purify methane, etc. But now it's already past the past. It would be much more competitive to have a generator on site and to produce electricity there without any subsidies. I believe that the majority of farmers, having completed this compulsory term of 3 or 5 years for the implementation of those projects, could transform themselves into the generation sources. That would be much simpler as compared to production and purification of methane, and that would also reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And the maintaining of lower levels of methane in our planet is highly important. And we have lots of ways of using compost remaining in that process, and this translates into the circular economy now. Today it's highly profitable, and I believe that we need to simplify certain rules. Thank you. Myros? Yes, just very briefly, let me say that discussions like this are the best to be held with representatives of agricultural sector. And this is what I notice to happen in Lithuania, because questions are very practical usually, and they target very important discussions. So your question was like that as well, and it encourages us to have this philosophical discussion as well. In European Union, we are forced to reorientate ourselves very fast from dependence on Russian gas. Of course, it's not possible to produce everything from renewables, no matter how hard we try, but it takes time. Therefore, we are moving towards other sources of fossil fuel from other suppliers. But here we need to be very cautious in order not to attach ourselves to long-term supplies of fossil fuels from other suppliers, but we need to think about those resources that we can produce and use locally. So that would be my idea and answer to this question. And it's very important to think about those things for everybody engaged in the energy policy. Thank you. I can see that we have lots of questions, but our discussion, no matter how interesting it is drawing to an end. And now let me give you another question to conclude. We are talking about high added value foods, so maybe we could have an alternative of high quality proteins, lab grown meat. Maybe that would be the future. So my question is, what would be our next steps to the provision of quality food? Midas. Well, Vidmantas. I'm not a specialist in the area of synthetic food, but logically we have 9 billions of people. European Union has one of the highest density in terms of the population, and the birth rate is low. So in one way or another, Lithuania has excellent opportunities uh, in exporting higher added value foodstuffs to third countries. And to do this, we need to digitalize our agricultural sector. We need to make foodstuffs more accessible. Here we have two segments. On the one hand, we have the EU, which affords buying green products, and this is a niche for our small farmers to implement these projects via the support of the Green Deal and to sell those green products more expensively. Another area is the high value proteins and lab grown meat. This is the future. We have to bear in mind that the climate change is going to have an impact on all of us. And we laughed at the UK when it started growing vines on its southern part. But now, when we taste the sparkling wine, it's another thing. It's difficult to see a change, a difference from a champagne produced in France. So I want to say that climate change is unavoidable. Lithuania is going to become a warmer country. We need to adopt new crops, other new foodstuffs. We need to export more in the future, and this export should be associated with higher added value, and we should supply quality foodstuffs not only to Lithuania, the EU, but also the third countries, which today see the risk of famine and famine itself because of the war in Ukraine. Yaroslav, I would want to believe that the future of Lithuania is sustainable, healthy food, and this is the future for our agricultural sector. But let me tell you from my own experience. Several weeks ago, I happened to take part in one conference, and there was a spread for breakfast there. I thought that it was a Philadelphia cheese, but apparently it was an artificially grown product identical to the taste of Philadelphia cheese. So personally, I made the conclusion that there aren't impossible things, and artificial meat and other areas are going to be developed, and artificial food already now manages to compete with traditional food. And this is from my own experience. So, this is food for thought for us, for our scientists, researchers, academics, as to what is the future of agriculture or food industry on the global scale. Thank you, Marius. Vidmantas has mentioned 7.5 billion. Today is the day when it is believed that the world is achieving the number of 8 billion. We may believe it or not, but today I saw this piece of news that this night the world reached the amount of the population of 8 billion. And this number of people around the world is constantly growing. In 1972, there were less than 4 billion people in the world. In 40 years, we now have 8 billion. So it's a fact that we should engage in various innovative things. And I myself have also tasted chips made from insects in Europe, etc. But you know, food is something personal for everyone. Everybody has an opinion on it. And I think that in Europe, we have deep traditions of quality food, and we should try to preserve that. It doesn't mean that we should avoid any innovations. Of course, there are certain cultures which are more environmentally friendly, more healthy, absorbing CO2. I've managed to see in certain countries sea algae industry which has a positive impact on CO2 emissions and produces lots of new products. So there is potential. Just let us also try to preserve this mark of quality of agriculture in the European Union at the same time. Thank you. Thank you for your discussion. We are speaking a lot about the need to create closed ecosystem in the European Union and to encourage the creation of new technologies at the same time. Thank you for your discussion. Let us give our participants a round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, once again, to sum up, today we are discussing about the peace for food. In order to have peace for food, we need to become resilient to crises. Today, we've heard that crises are not just the pandemics, the war, but it is also related to energy independence, investing into technologies and creation of new innovative foods, as well as climate neutrality. And it is highly important that these topics are going to be ever more topical in the future. We are going to have a discussion on the farmer of the future. And now, I wouldn't have a better speaker as regards the questions raised in our previous discussion.
Keynote today. He is CEO of European and Innovation Technology Institute, AgriFood, and this is the most influential organization in EU which invests exactly into the topics, into the mainstreams, what we have been talking during the panel, that's alternative proteins, technologies, innovations in food area. So let's hear from Andy himself about the trends, about the priorities, and how it is being seen from the biggest and most influential European organization. Please.
Dear guests, both
Mėly svečiai, čia
is that there are 2,500 people attending here, so a great big welcome to all of you. And also a great big thank you to the organizers of this fantastic event. And I also will thank the interpreters who are doing, I think, a very good job and have incredible stamina for sitting there for hours on end to translate all of this. It is really fantastic to be here in Vilnius. It is for me really very uplifting to be here at this forum, not just because of the great content that's being spoken about here, but also because this is my very first time in Vilnius, in Lithuania, and even in the Baltics. I'm a very well-traveled guy, I guarantee you, but I've never made it up here, so it's really awesome. And I hope next time, Christina, that you do it at a time of the year when it's a little warmer. That would be my request. The topic of the forum this year is a very important one that affects all of us, namely peace for food. Today, I will talk a little bit about why that is important in the context of food systems. Our food system, as you all know probably, is currently at risk. It is unsustainable and harmful to both people and the planet. Over the past few years, we have faced a number of significant crises, and these are only going to get more and more frequent if we do not build resilience into our food system. The COVID-19 pandemic, the Russian war against Ukraine, and the climate crisis, the complexity of those challenges is not something we can ignore. There is no one solution to any of them. However, there are things we can do to build resilience into our food system and better ensure food security in the long term. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the growing risk of EU overdependency on global supply chains for key goods and services produced by third countries. The pandemic has a profound and lagging impact on our food systems. At AgriFood, we were able to prevent more disastrous consequences by providing a rapid response initiative to fund high-impact innovation activities, and we also provided a bridge fund to startups, which supported those startups that are impacted by the crisis, those of whom we thought that they would have a very big impact in the future, and we wanted to make sure that they don't disappear from the face of the earth. I believe that having the ability to provide rapid and targeted financial support at times of need is truly vital in enabling us to foster innovation and to overcome all those challenges together. The war in Ukraine threatens food security at a global level, as well as exposes drivers of fragility for the European agri-food sector, such as our dependency on imported food, fossil fuels, fertilizers, and animal feed from the region. Ukraine is in our hearts, but it is also in our minds. And the war against Ukraine shows us that conflict is not just something that happens somewhere else. We are working hard, and I know a lot of you in this room are working incredibly hard to help out our Ukrainian brothers and sisters and to also ensure our food systems are able to cope with the impact. We not only need to deal with this in the here and now, but we also need to work hard to build resilience in the long term. One of our AgriFood partners, Art21, are here today, and Augustus Alisiunas, the CEO, will be speaking to you later this morning. In May, Augustus from Art21 announced over 1 million euros of high-tech services to help rebuild and modernize Ukraine's agri-food sector. This incredibly generous contribution to the future of the food system will have a significant impact as agriculture is a critical part of the Ukrainian economy, with 70% of the country dependent on for agricultural purposes. Support like this to rebuild, but also to modernize with the latest agri-tech innovations is really important to help both in the short term, but also in the long term, as I mentioned earlier. We also need to do everything in our power to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases and reverse the global warming trend. This is especially poignant at a moment as the UN annual climate conference, COP27, is currently taking place in Egypt. We have had an AgriFood team at the COP27 this year, co-hosting the first ever food pavilion at the conference, and this is very significant. We have seen a shift in dialogue from the role of agriculture in emissions to the opportunities that food systems provide to help meet our ultimate climate goals. In other words, we're working very hard on changing the narrative from all the negativity to the positivity of what's possible with an improved food system. So, what can we do? We urgently need to increase sustainability for the future, but we also urgently need to build resilience into the system to enable us to respond to the many serious challenges we are facing now, as I mentioned earlier. We need to invest in key innovations and solutions, as well as support a just transition for all to a net zero food system. Increasing the sustainability of our food systems is not something that anyone can do alone. To meet the targets set by the European Green Deal, as well as the associate farm-to-food strategy, we need to increase the scale and speed of transformation of European agriculture, fostering the adoption of climate-smart agricultural practices and solutions. This will require us to work with all stakeholders to understand the barriers to adoption and scaling, and to co-create solutions which promote a just transition. This process will increase sustainability. However, during the transition, our food systems remain susceptible to disruptive events. At AgriFood, we believe in inclusive systems innovation, connecting the dots and moving beyond the traditional linear food chain model means we can better deploy system approaches where challenges are no longer tackled in isolation and collaboration finally becomes the norm. So, as well as working together, we need to really listen to each other, provide opportunities for collaboration, and consider how our decisions may impact others. But inclusive systems innovation relies on having a diverse mix of people, and this is also an area of challenge for food systems. As an example, agriculture has an aging population. Only 11% of all farm holdings in the European Union are run by farmers under 40. And persuading more young people to begin farming is a significant challenge. We know we need to attract more young people to the sector, but we need to make this attractive to them. Incentivization schemes such as income support, rural development funds, and reformed common agricultural policy go some of the way to helping young farmers to get their businesses off the ground. But these help those who are already invested in the career in farming. So I think there's a lot more to be done to provide a much more diverse group of young people to get into farming. The good news is at AgriFood we did a survey of across 20,000 people of Generation Z. Those are folks that are between 16 and 24 years of age. And we found that 60% of those we surveyed actually cared about the food system and want to make contribution to it. So maybe there is a generation there that's happy to pick up from the previous generations. But importantly, we also need to address the gender imbalance in the food sector. In entry-level positions in the industry, about 60% of all employees are women. But by the time we get to the top, this drops to between 9 and 25%, depending on which part of the food value chain you're looking at. That is not enough. The number of women creating businesses in the agri-food sector is far too low, and we need to change this by supporting women throughout their career. In Lithuania, over the last 2 years, we have been directly supporting female entrepreneurship who are producing whole-cut meat alternatives. And by the way, the previous speaker was saying artificial. I think that's not necessarily artificial, it's plant-based, which is a different way to put it together to make it look and feel like the product originally made by other traditional methods. Albert Einstein famously said, "In the midst of every crisis lies great opportunity," and I think many of the speakers previously have talked about it as well. I truly believe, that innovation is what will save us. It's absolutely vital for building a sustainable, resilient food system to help us to cope better with the short-term crisis we are suffering and the long-term impacts from climate change. And I'm pleased to say innovation is not resting on its laurels, but it is actually delivering. For instance, We're seeing growth in innovative products and techniques in areas such as precision farming. Technologies such as these are efficient and often scalable, making it possible to reduce emissions and enhance production. Artificial intelligence-based forecasting technologies are helping us to create better growing environments, reducing production loss in the field, and are increasingly contributing to solving the problem of food waste. For example, we have a company, a startup in our Rising Food Stars called Deep Planet, which does analysis of images from satellites. An AI system that helps farmers understand where they have to irrigate at what time of the year, and also if there's any problems with the crop in terms of pests coming on. Farming itself will become increasingly more high-tech, and with increased autonomous technologies available, we're likely to see a big move towards a new wave of farming in the future. For this, we need to invest in much more training, look at new ways of financing to ensure a just transition for farmers, and address challenges posed by the current legal frameworks in Europe. At EIT Food, we see regenerative agriculture as a real growth area. There has been a lot of discussion about it at COP27 over the past 2 weeks. And innovation has a role to play in this. For instance, to provide solutions to efficiently move feedstock around farms, to monitor to monitor soil health profiles, and to find ways of measuring and reporting carbon capture for carbon payment schemes, which also have been mentioned a little bit earlier. Carbon positive farming has great potential, and all the signs are that it will become an additional financial source of income for farmers. This will make the agri-food and forestry sector the first climate-neutral sector in industry. However, this also needs to be properly financed, as I just mentioned, as there are big barriers to adoption due to high setup costs. Consumers are also seeing a greater number of innovative food products on the shelves than ever. The Good Food industry, a partner of ours, recently reported that sustainable protein companies across Europe raised more than 2.2 billion euros through 2021. This is 5 times the amount raised compared to the previous year, with plant-based raising the biggest amount of capital. At EIT Food, we very much believe in leveraging the expertise of our community to empower startups to create impact, and we excel at this. The proof is in the pudding, as always. In 2021 alone, we supported over 150 agri-food tech startups in their journey, from early entrepreneurs to companies supported to scale internationally. And these startups themselves, they attracted 412 million euros of external investment, and they created over 650 jobs. Just for comparison, we have KPIs, and the KPI we had set for ourselves and agreed with the European Union is to achieve 50 million euros of external capital attracted. So we really hit it out of the ballpark with a factor of 8 in 2021. The more we understand about the needs of agri-food tech startups and the rapidly changing market conditions we are now seeing, the more we're able to evolve the support we provide. For instance, we know that raising seed capital has become more and more difficult these days, and this is a real pressure point for many of our startups. At a time when we need to urgently and rapidly scale those new technologies I mentioned and the business models, we at EIT Food have increased our support for this. We need to continue to invest, to scale up and speed up innovation, to get more products to market, and to better understand and overcome barriers to their adoption. So what does the future hold for us then? In order to address the large and extensive challenges the European food system currently faces, and to meet the ambitious goals of the European Green Deal and the associated farm-to-fork strategy, we need to find a new way of working. We need a systems approach, and we need to work together on this. At EIT Food, we're working with stakeholders across the food system to create and support innovative solutions that reduce the impact of food systems on climate change and the environment and increase the resilience and autonomy of the agri-food sector. Our EIT Food hub, AgriFood Lithuania, is a perfect example of the power of networking and collaboration. The great work that they're doing here and in organizing this very forum today is key to address the challenges that we have to face as Europe in terms of food security and sustainability of the food value chain in this time of crisis. So I came here to talk to you today about peace for food. We have spoken a lot about crisis, but the message I will leave you with is one of peace. Each and every one of us is integral to this mission. We need your brains, we need your skills, and we need your commitment. I believe in our collective capacity to make a real difference, and I know this is how we will ensure a healthy and sustainable food system, not just now, but also longer term into the future. And I'm here to provide you with a challenge. Make the most of your time on this planet of ours. Do something your children, your grandchildren, and their children will be proud of. I'm calling on all of you today to focus your collective efforts on what you can do to make the agri-food sector more sustainable and resilient for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Andy Zinga. I just want to mention that you'll get a chance still to ask questions to Andy if you will have some, because we will see him in the next panel later on. Now, just to sum up, same things, important things were underlined by Andy also. We need to transform food systems. How we're going to be doing it? By transforming food value chain into sustainable and resilient. Is it easy? No. Could it be done? Yes, if we work, collaborate together, and we heard many nice, good initiatives. And most importantly, what we heard today, that what Andy mentioned, the depopulation we are talking today now about the regions. We are talking how to keep the youth in the agriculture, and of course to encourage women. So these are very important points. Also, we have heard some new concept, regenerative agriculture. So it would be interesting to later on in other discussions to talk about that. And of course, we heard assurance that for the future technologies, it's going to be again invested into alternative proteins, plant-based meat, plant-based fish, and a lot of startups we are seeing in this area. And of course, it is very crucial to support and create ecosystem, healthy ecosystem for the innovations and for the startups to especially start from the beginning, from the idea, and support those ideas and implement the innovation into the market. So thank you one more time, Andy. And I'm proceeding with our next keynote. I'm going to be inviting Augustas Alešiūnas. He's investor into AgTech. As Andy mentioned, his own company, R21, is one of the core partners in EIT Food, and it is making a lot of different innovations and bringing the impact for the agri-food system. But let me invite Augustas and let him talk for himself.
Friends, colleagues, I do welcome you here in AgriFood Forum 2022. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start my speech by having the minute of silence.
Ir pirmiausia, norėčiau, kad pagerbtume tylos minutę Ukrainos karius. Prašome atsistoti, taip pat pagerbkime tuos, kurie žuvo.
Thank you.
Ačiū.
I think that this year, this February, new type of leader has born. And when the crisis has hit his country by threatening the independence, the goals and beliefs, what the fine gentleman done is he removed his jacket, he rolled up the sleeves, and instead of making the policy and trying to be diplomatical, he actually started the fight. And within a couple of days and weeks, he managed to trigger half of the world to support his beliefs, to support his vision, and to support the independence of Ukraine. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I'm starting, I would really encourage you today to stop being diplomatical, to stop being more about the politics, to be practical, to be proactive, and to engage. So remove the jackets on the coffee break, which is going to be after me, and start to make the actual strategies, agreements, deals, and do what we can do the best today for the better future of tomorrow. Now, talking about the proactiveness, just a short recap of the AgriFood forums in the past. The initiative, the international initiative, has begun in 2019, by the way, in this special venue, City Hall of Vilnius. And of course, we haven't had the 2,500 people who are watching now online, but we have a lot of fine ladies and gentlemen who are here today as well. And then we were talking about that Lithuania can be as a sandbox of agri-food tech, digital agri-food tech. We can create here technologies, we can test them here, and then of course we can export them to different kind of countries, regions, continents, and etc. So this was very beginning, and I just asked my team yesterday, by the way, to wrap up on the statistics. So what they've done, they've checked the media announcements, the digital media announcements from 2019 to 2022 yesterday, about the numbers, how those buzzwords, which you see on the screen, that's why I'm not going to read it out, increased. So if you are seeing from the very moment when we started to talk about the digitalization, the agri-food technologies, precision agriculture, the numbers started to increase from 3 times to 8 times up till now. So I believe that this is one of the proof that what we do right, but what we do without you, we couldn't do. So once again, I do appreciate that you are here. Now, if to move forward, 2020, I think this year is going to be written in the history. We're all going to know it and read, and our children will read it in the books. It's a year of COVID-19. And what we were talking that time and thinking of is whether we can just survive it, or we can actually strive, the challenges which come up to us. So I think that year is going to be written in the history as the year when the world, the population, invented the button, which is called red button. So we managed to understand how to stop the world, how to stop the logistics interaction in between the societies and the people within a second. So this was something new. The other thing important is what we defined is that virtual/live and real doesn't exist anymore as it was before. So even now today, we are broadcasting this forum to many of the people who couldn't join us live together today. And then it seems that we kind of thrived the COVID-19 challenges. Then 2021, we started to talk about more added value, more long-term strategies, how we can influence them and impact. And we were talking a lot about sustainability, about being more environmental friendly, being more sustainable to the planet, to us, to consumerism. But then what I loved, and I will keep that remark to myself forever, is that we came up to the point that if we as society, as the businesses, as the governments, as the organizations, if we want to be sustainable, we need to remember that the scales exist. So we need to understand that financial and environmental sustainability has to be on the same page. Because otherwise, if we will just talk about sustainability without remembering the businesses, the corporates, the farmers, and the consumers, it's just not going to happen. So interesting business models has popped up. A lot of partnerships has been developed last year. And then what? And then we had the war. So after just coming back and recovering from the COVID-19, we jumped into another crisis. Actually, we're not suffering that crisis as much as the Ukrainian people at the moment, but we are talking about, and today's topic, Peace for Food, starting from the chairman of the parliament, going to the ministers, they all were mentioning the same topic, is that this is the problem, and ladies and gentlemen, now we are living in the problem. So I just wanted to show a quick comparison about how the wars were looking like on the 20th century if to try to diverse and to try to understand how it looks at the moment. So what was statistically happening in 20th century is that those ones who were strongest and biggest were strongest and biggest. Simple as that. Now it's no more. And mostly all the wars were because of the power, and all the wars were actually state-driven. And those who are initiating the wars or trying to defend themselves, they were relying on the closest and strongest allies, short-listed allies, with ones they are collaborating, working on, believing in common understanding. Now, if to look at what's happening now, I would like to ask everyone to make a short survey. Please raise the hands those who in any kind of meaningful way supported Ukraine. I will not bother your time by calculating the hands, but give it or take, I would say it's like 95% of the people. Now, when I'm saying 95% of the people, I also saying that I know about 90% of the people in this audience. So I know all of you, I know who is raising the hands, and I would say that you're absolutely different people representing different sectors, industries, and beliefs. And what I would like to mention now and point, only one specific thing, is that in my belief, positive chaos times are happening, meaning that all the different ecosystems, different networks are trying to help because of the same goal and the same belief in absolutely different manners and ways. And if on the 20th century we were having the majority of the crises, conflicts, and the wars state-driven, so now what we are facing at the moment and through which kind of crisis Ukraine is going through is that it's state and non-state driven. I mean, so many actors are, facing that and approaching and reacting to the crisis by the way they understand and they believe it's right or wrong. It's non-governmental things are happening this year. But I think it's a positive chaos. So to conclude on that one. Now, also, when I was preparing for the speech, today's speech, do you believe that within the 20th century, this was very strange even to me, there were no single year without the war and the conflict in the world? So let's think about our mother planet, Earth. Let's take the past 100 years, and firstly, mentally, let's try to understand that 100 years, the wars were happening every single year. I think it's strategy in a moment. But then, specifically this year, I was traveling a lot to Africa and to Latin America because of some business matters. And I was talking with the businessmen and governmental authorities, people, in general people. And one common thing they tackled up is that it's very sensitive, actually. Because what they've said is that, Augustus, but why Ukrainians' war is more important than the wars and conflicts are happening in Abuja, Angola, Mali, Mozambique, or somewhere in Latin America? Why the media is covering this specific conflict and crisis and the war, as we already kind of agreed to define, right? It's not a crisis, it's a war happening at the moment. Why the media is covering it more, why the governments are being influenced and tackled up more, and why we are all raising the hands that we are supporting Ukraine. I just came back from the Mozambique. How many of you knows that the conflict is there happening at the moment, and how many of you support it? Well, even I myself, I will not raise the hands, at least I know the conflict. So, and then I was thinking to myself, it was kind of like, challenge to myself, not to pitch something here today to you. So what's the reason? And it's my personal opinion, is that why half of the world now triggered and starting to support the Ukraine in this war is because we as the developed society, when I'm talking about society, I'm not talking about the Lithuania, Hungary, Poland, Croatia, Netherlands, and I can mention many countries from where we are today here now. We as developed society in general, we have kind of common understanding, beliefs, goals, visions, We like the comfort, we like to take care about our planet, we like to think about how to make it more sustainable, how to make the health system more sustainable and efficient. Science, education, this, that, and at that one point, the guy comes, in a way, and starts to threaten all the ideology what we are having and starts to threaten our beliefs, understanding, and the comfort level where we are living on. So it doesn't matter who we are, what we do, and what kind of organizations we are representing. I think that the way what we are seeing now as the united army of countries, army of networks, what we are, is because someone is threatening our common goals and vision. And sometimes those goals, even in different countries and continents, are very, very simple and easy to be understanding. So because of common enemy, we are now united. And I think this is going to last longer than we are here talking just today. But now if to go out of the war topic and to get back to where we belong, because this is where we are now, this is the highest level of the stakeholders of the agri-food ecosystem. So I would challenge you, or I would invite you to agree with me, depends what you like to do, is that we as the stakeholders of the agri-food, we are also having the common enemies, which we need to fight off. So I challenge you to fight and to join the forces today and to talk about three main things. The first one is the pollution, and we need to fight it. We need to make more greener, more sustainable, more healthier planet. And only because of all of us being here today, by interconnecting with each other, we can come to that point. Just all of us. If we will do the same thing but solo and independent, I doubt that we're going to achieve and strive very, very fast. The other thing is what we are talking today, and everyone in the panel, in the speeches, we're talking about the same thing, is that the supply chains are kind of corrupted. So firstly, we had the COVID-19. It was a big challenge. Then we are having the war. And to be honest, God knows what we are going to have tomorrow. So I think that the best outcome of what's happening now, if it's possible even to call it the best, is that we have finally managed learn to learn things. And we finally are trying to adopt to different adoptions. So the true and the knowledge what we are having today, it doesn't matter that tomorrow is going to be the same true anymore. But having the possibility to adopt and having the possibility to be interconnected in between the networks, organizations, and countries, we would be able to make the supply chain more resilient. Once again, I'm inviting to be the part of that change, because without you, it's impossible to do it. And the last thing, of course, about what we are talking now, especially in Europe, is the food prices. And here, I would say that if I was talking about the interconnectivity a lot, here I would say that we need to be less interdependent. Local is good. Andy was talking about that, Christina was talking about that, and many others. Local is good, and if we want to manage and to control the food prices and reachability for the consumers and society, we need to think and start to think and getting back to the rural areas, to foster the ecosystem, to bring the technologies, to invest to the startups, technology builders, and SMEs to go out of the biggest cities to the rural, to make the food there, so to eliminate and to make less of interdependency in between us, because otherwise we're going to have the same challenges. A lot of times doesn't matter whether we are having the disease, virus, war. So, to wrap it up, the last sentence. As I told you, I know most of you here, and if to try to define what do I see? I mean, I see the national governmental authorities, I see European Commission authorities, associations, confederations, clusters, digital innovation hubs, European digital innovation hubs, big corporates, farmers, cooperatives. I mean, I can mention all of those possible stakeholders, and only because of us, I would like to invite you to join, as I call it, as an army, which is defined by the small networks which we are to create the big network. So ladies and gentlemen, I do invite you to become that, army network of the networks, and to forget about the protocols, to forget about the procedures, remove the jackets and start to do actual impact to what we are facing at the moment and all the challenges. I do thank you so much. Enjoy the forum.
I'd like to thank Augusta so much. I encourage you to still put on the questions. Augustus, you are also gonna meet in the other panels, so you'll have a chance to ask more questions. But what's most important, I cannot agree more that we are becoming network of networks, and this is our strength. That's what we are striving towards too. And now, when we see we have a common goal, common enemy, and collaborating, working together, we can achieve impossible. So many good things are happening. One more time, thank you everyone for participating, but we are not finishing, we're just starting. Right now, I would like to invite everyone to become this network of networks and go for the coffee break. Let's start from that, and we are coming back sharp in 15 minutes. Please.
In 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You'll reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one?
Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of
Venezuela?
the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You'll reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You'll reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what? Sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one?
Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia.
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
So, taip, grįžtame atgal į.
So let's come back
with the next panel discussion. We're gonna be discussing further and going deeper into different topics. And our next topic is enhancing innovation and moving towards digitalization in agriculture. And without no further ado, I would like to introduce George Beers, coordinator at Smart Agri Hubs and in Wageningen University and Research. So he's gonna be for us today a fire starter, a topic starter. So let's welcome George. Big applause.
Thanks for inviting me to be here, and it's a privilege to be part of such an important and inspiring event. It's great to be here. And it was mentioned in one of the panels that we should also be more practical, and I suggest that in this panel we are more in the practical mode and focusing on digitalization in agricultural, agri-food, and to see where it, and my presentation is about where we are and where we are going to. So that's looking at digitalization. I think it was mentioned quite some times. It's an important, let's say, instrument, an important technology to make our food system more sustainable. And let's see if I can make it work, yeah. And talking about sustainable food production, it's about the three, let's say, dimensions: economic sustainability and environmental sustainability and social. Social sustainability is, let's say, see it a rising topic, I would say. When talking about digitalization, I think we have made in the past 10 years a lot of promises, and promises that digital would solve a lot of topics. And if we look at the economic sustainability, some promises that are here on screen, you know, the efficiency, waste reduction, cost reduction, etc. So what we did just a couple of weeks ago, a brief survey among 11 Horizon projects working on digital innovation in agriculture. We did a small survey and we asked all the projects, where are we? Do we have evidence on those promises? And let's see. Yep. So we did some small exercises just to have a, let's say, a first step in this one. And if you look at the economic sustainability, we got pictures like this. It looks very complicated, but what you can see, I'm not going to explain too deep about it, but what you can see is some of the promises are having great attention. They have good evidence validated in small groups, I think, and that's basically the highest scores we got out of this exercise. But you can see production efficiency, cost reduction, and the error reduction. These were the main promises that we have some evidence that digital is supporting this benefit. We see, for instance, reduced mortality or yield increase is rather low. Yeah? So it's not all the promises that we make. We need to differentiate. I think that's the great message behind it. So if you look at the other promises in the environmental sustainability, so we're talking about fertilizers, carbon dioxide, and soil and water. These are all I think we all know the promises. And here you can see the same picture. We have some evidence on irrigation, but definitely the irrigation is a point of attention that has a lot of attention. But on the other hand, waste reduction is, well, not that prominent in the project that we are talking about. We look at the next one, the social sustainability. Then we talk about, let's say, nice farming, traceability, welfare for the farmer, transparency, so those kind of things. And here we see the same picture. So a lot of evidence in small groups on the work time and the reduction, so it makes the life of the farmer convenient. We have quite some proof of that. But some others, the healthier products, the farmer welfare, we don't see really evidence yet on this. So is this a negative? The picture is that not all the promises are covered in the project. Is this a negative thing? I don't think so. We have to be aware this is the response was from Horizon projects, researchers, so they look for the problems. And they're defining the challenges that they need to work on a little bit more. So that's because on digital innovation we already have a lot of things going on and a lot of benefits have been realized already in practice. So I think I'm quite positive about this, but it helps me to identify where we put more emphasis in making the promises true. And we should not forget some dimensions that we promised that are important for society or for farmers or for a sustainable food, that we don't forget them. So that was basically the message behind this. Another thing is looking at digitalization, we also see a sort of, let's say, evolution. And the evolution is that we started with developing apps for irrigation or having when the cow is in heat, or there's you know, all kind of apps that helps. But working with farmers, one farmer shouted to me that, George, I don't need more apps. I need systems. So that's when, let's say, the next step was made, that we made decision support systems, farm support systems. And you see that we were integrating different, let's say, different apps, different information flows, and different parameters. On the other hand, you could also see that the number of stakeholders already at farm level was bigger. So the extension service came in, the feed supplier came in as one of the stakeholder in these kind of systems. The next step that I think we are now in is that we see that the digitalization is now serving value chains. So we have value chain from, let's say, the input supplier to the retail and in the end the consumer. We see a lot of initiatives and already operational stuff in the traceability, for instance, that are serving where the digitalization is now serving the value chains. And then the next step is also, let's say, in discussion now. We are preparing on a next step, and which is, we called it the twilight zone. It's where we start talking about collective data sharing. Data sharing with private sectors, with public sectors, bring all the data together in data spaces and build systems on that can benefit different stakeholders. But what you see is that in the picture it's demonstrated that the number of stakeholders is going up very fast, so we have a lot of stakeholders, and the complexity of the system. So it's an integration, it's a complex challenge to integrate. So that's where we end up in, let's say, the upper right-hand side. It's the system of systems approach that we need to work on now. And if you look at this paradigm shift, as we call it, there's some changes going on also in our approach on digitalization. What we see is that in developing tools, the user-centered approach is not valid anymore. It's at the app level, maybe at the system level, but in these data spaces we're talking about, all kinds of different users, and we need another approach for that. We have to identify that we have a lot of different stakeholders with different roles. So we are combining the production sector, but also inspection services and let's say the service providers in the value chain. So it's a complex of stakeholders that have different roles, different, I would say, expectations of this, let's say, new paradigm. So we also run into some issues because there are already a couple of initiatives going on in this area, and we run in the complexity of the business modeling. It's not only the business model for the solutions, for the systems, but there are, let's say, a multi-sided business models. People that bring in data in the data space but nothing doing with it, they also need to be compensated in one way or another. And it's also, let's say, in this complex arena, we're also experimenting some complexity in how to fund new initiatives. It's not for nothing that we designed it as a cloud in terms of it's a sort of vague still, so it's difficult to be clear and transparent. So in this, what we see is that for us it's clear that we also see a lot of social dimensions in it. It's not making this let's say, data space, the technology is there, but we see that other topics are coming in where we need the social sciences. So it's not the technology driven anymore, but we need to be supported by the social sciences, not only for the business model part, but also for the governance structure, for, let's say, thinking about incentive structures. It's not only money that is driving us. I think we had some presentations this morning that explained on that. We need to have, if you put your data in a, let's say, in a data space, you need to have trust. So that's also a dimension that we should take care of. And we also should foster some let's say, we call them soft assets, like inclusiveness. So the gender topic was mentioned, but also the fairness. What is fairness, and how are we going to work with that? So that's another, let's say, challenge that we face in digitalization is quite different nature. It's about distribution and scaling up. And given the work that we are doing, we're working for farmers, for farming communities, and they are located, and they cannot, farmers from Romania are not coming to Brussels to hear what's new on the floor. You have to really bring it to there. And that's why, let's say, on a massive scale, we are now implementing, we call it hubs. And hubs is, they are there, digital innovation hubs. And we also have specific agricultural digital innovation hubs, as we are promoting in Smart Agri Hubs. And they are pushing and developing local communities, local ecosystems that can make the transformation of digital in the agri-food sector, make it happen. And as we were explaining previously, it's not only a farmer with a tech provider and a software developer, it's a multi-stakeholder thing. Extension services is involved, the input suppliers, the local government is involved. There are a lot of stakeholders that we bring together in those digital innovation hubs, which are really in the field, local. And the idea is that we connect the digital innovation hubs, we connect them with each other, and with other hubs, non-agri hubs, I would say, and with the knowledge, the competence centers in Europe. And then we get pictures like this, where currently we are talking about 350 agricultural digital innovation hubs spread all over Europe. Yeah, so, and we are hosted by one of them today. But we have a lot of them, and we took a look, and half of them are really active and are generating new initiatives, new projects to support their local community in this digitalization challenge. These hubs are connected with, we call it the innovation portal, and what we have done, and we continue to do so, is collecting all the knowledge, all the good practices, all the experience, all the tools, and bring it in an innovation portal and make it available for the hubs, for the digital innovation hubs, so they can use it in their local community. And that's the thing that is now, let's say, in place, and we are now working on continuation without the support of the Commission, I would say. So, summarizing, I think if we want to make next steps in the digitalization in the agri-food, we need to have more focus on the impact, and don't forget the promises that we made. So we need to have more insight and more effort on creating evidence. I think we are also in a state that we don't need to sell digital innovation too much. We also should have an open eye for the downsides that can make the proposition stronger, in my opinion. So the downsides, because a lot of cases when you see in examples where there are winners, if it's a zero-sum game, there are also losers, and you have to respect that and to have a good, let's say, solution for that. Like I mentioned, we are now also in a stage that the technology is there. If it's not there, we pick it from other sectors, I would say. But it's more about other dimensions, so make it into a business and do it in a fair way and in a sustainable way. And that's made, I think we can have a good contribution from the social sciences in that. So we're moving towards the data economy, so data as such will be more valuable, and not only for direct applications, but for a large variation of users. And we need to continue, and that's also why I'm here, to connect dots so that we can build upon each other's results instead of doing the same all over Europe and reinventing the wheel over and over. So that's my start for the discussion. Thank you.
Please, George, do not leave. Please join us in the panel. And right away, I'm inviting other guests to join us and to continue this discussion that George has already started. So, Evangelia Mormora, digitalization team leader of DG Agriculture and Rural Development at European Commission. Welcome.
Welcome.
And Zinga, you've met before, CEO at AgriFood. Please join us. Claudia Godina, please, she's representing EAT Food Hub in Portugal, and also they are a part of the consortium of the EDIG, which also has the prioritization in agri-food sector. And Egidius Barcevičius, Research Director at PPMI, a leading European Research and Policy Analyst Center. So, welcome everyone. So, George has already started that we have made many promises actually in agri-food digitalization. And already we can see some facts that not some promises are fulfilled. Not everything is going how we pretended it would, but the good news is, even though agri-food sector is least digitalized sector in the world, we probably do not have to prove ourselves anymore that we need digitalization. Now COVID has helped us to show that digital could be valuable. So right away, I would like to go to Claudia. You come from different organizations, EAT Food Hub, and of course, EDIG. So how do you see as a hub and EDIG digitalization in agri-food sector? What is the value? Or do you agree with some points that George has made, or maybe disagree?
So first, thank you for the invitation. Is it working? Yeah, Perfect. I think George covered a lot of the promises we have been making and the parameters that we are assessing. So coming from, so we are EIT Food Hub in Portugal. We are also a core partner in the Digital Innovation Hub in Portugal. So we are trying to build bridges between these kind of activities. I see that I come from the Mediterranean region, and Mediterranean countries are the ones that are expected to suffer first from the most dramatic changes regarding climate change. So at the same time, most of our regions rank first in, for example, the age of the farmers. So these are all aspects that make us position as one of the regions that have to evolve faster in order to circumvent the effects of climate change. So we see digitalization as a very, very promising strategy. Because, for example, I can give you a number that is very, very scary. So if you think about water consumption in Portugal, approximately 78% of our water goes into agriculture. This is a very dramatic number. It's above the average of Europe. And even in Europe itself, it's very, very dramatic numbers. It's very high. So we are in deep need of this kind of technology that provide a more global approach to the problem. So of course it's region specific, but as George said, we need to come up with very global and integrated solutions. Let's not make another app for irrigation, but let's make maybe systems based on satellite analysis, soil health, that enables us to understand why are we irrigating so much, what are the real needs for our practices for our farmers.
Oh, thank you so much, Claudia. Indeed, as you said, now we're not talking anymore about apps. We're talking about the digital systems. We're talking about digital economy and what is the purpose about that and what we want to achieve. So I would like to turn to Evangelia. You come from DG Agri. So as from European Commission point of view, you are the top ones creating the policies, right? And seeing the value. So how do you see on the points of what George has made, do you see it the same way? Because we can find, as George said, we can find many apps or many even different platforms nowadays we can see, but they do not have much of the collaboration or much of the data exchange. So how European Commission sees this?
Yes. I don't know if it works.
Yep. Yeah, perfect.
So just first to thank you also for the opportunity to be here. And it's really nice to participate in this discussion, which is really promising for the sector. And indeed, George actually underlined very interesting points. And from the Commission side, for sure, the digital transformation of agriculture is happening, and it is shaping right now. And it is one of our core important points under the Common Agricultural Policy that starts shortly in 2023. So we see it, digitalization and innovation, we see it as a cross-cutting objective. It is an horizontal objective that needs a comprehensive approach, needs systems, so that we boost the digitalization uptake, but of course, targeted on specific needs. So for the first time, the member states have actually elaborated within their CAP plans digitalization strategies, digitalization and innovation strategies. They were asked to elaborate, find synergies between systems and what could be actually done not only for agriculture, but also for rural areas to boost the digitalization. For that, member states had in their hands several measures, several tools. from investments, from supporting eco schemes, because there are several member states that have promoting precision farming techniques under eco schemes. They are using trainings and skills interventions. Also advisory services, which is something that is mandatory for the member states to offer on digital matters. And of course, they have to have a functional AKI system, the Agricultural Knowledge and Innovation System. So they have also elaborated on innovation strategies that lead to new governance of innovation. So I can name other elements, for example, the mandatory use of the farm sustainability tool for nutrients, which is also mandatory for the member states, and also the administration system of the authorities, the Ajax system, which is actually the system that manages the payments, but also monitor all the activities on the ground, which is a very important source of good quality of data, mainly for land management and also for livestock monitoring. So I think I have made a bit the tour of what is happening under the CAP, and we can all see that we need a comprehensive approach. It's not one point. We need to connect the dots. Member states need to connect the dots. You Commission needs to connect also the dots.
Okay, thank you so much. That's a good point, Evangelia. And I would like to ask Andy, you come from a little bit different organization. It's not quite private capital, it's not quite European Commission. So if you could elaborate a little bit how AgriFood handles this topic, digitalization.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think it's very relevant. And so we have different focus areas, right? So in order for us, so what we do as an organization is we fund projects that aim to transform the food system in Europe. And in order to make it more tangible, as Augusto said, to take off the jackets, we actually said we have to have certain focus areas that then help us to articulate better challenges that we put out to the world, right? To come up with great solutions. And if solutions are great, we then fund them. One of those focus areas is digitalization of the food system. It's a cross-cutting one. We have many others: sustainable agriculture, sustainable aquaculture, targeted nutrition, etc. But digitalization is a very key one. And I think it's important in our minds, we actually differentiate a little bit, and Evangelia already mentioned that, which I'm glad about, which is the needs. So, and when we're talking mostly about enabling business through digitalization, but there's also a piece around consumers that I think I want to throw into this discussion. And the reason is this. So there is a very big piece. It's also one of our impact factors. So we owe to the citizens of Europe to help to boost their trust in the food system. And one such ways is through traceability, right? So for the consumers to know where that product actually comes from if there's ever a food issue. And so there are many different technologies to which this can be done. There could be blockchain, there could be others. There are also other, I think, knock-on effects, for example, standardization of data, so it's something I think that's also quite relevant. But mostly what most of the work is done today is in enabling business and farmers, which is completely valid. But I just want to say, again, there's a traceability piece. There's also a piece around environmental food labeling. Will also require to do life cycle analysis, and that's a process that's very, very IT intense, right? So, and there are, I think, needs around doing something on digitizing that whole process of data capture, data processing, data storage, and everything from farm to fork, in actual fact. And that's also a little bit stronger focus on the consumer. So again, to us, yes, we enable the business side, the whole value chain, everything, but also the consumer side. So I just wanted to throw that in there because that's a very important piece. To us, we always say the consumer is in the center of everything that we do. And that's why digitization to us also means the consumer side.
Thank you so much, Andy. That's a great point on consumers. I'm gonna jump really quickly to George. And we did not hear directly about consumers in your presentation, but maybe societal sustainability talks a little bit about that. If you could say your opinion on this.
Yeah, I think that's exactly where these data spaces or these extended data platforms comes from. It's not what we see already that in the, let's say, the preparation phase that the public information, so the Ajax system will be part of this data space. So people can, and the idea is that in data spaces we provide the European citizens with access to, let's say, all data you can think of. What we see is that, so the public data, the data from the governments, and they are also collecting data about the LCA information about the different products. We know about dairy is under fire now. The private sector companies, they bring data in this data space. And what we need to, and what we see is that we need, from the user side, there will be applications or, let's say, instruments for citizens, but I think, to be honest, more for NGOs to represent groups of citizens, to have access to those data and take the information out of it that they want to publish, to demonstrate to the public, I think. And that's the idea of the data space, is to make all information that is available in different stakeholders, to make it accessible for the European citizens and business.
Thanks, George. Great point. And I left Egidus for the end on purpose, to talk last. I'm going to tell you why. Because you, with your company, you're doing research right now. But I'm going to let you tell you a little bit, everyone, what kind of research you are doing and what are your findings, because you are directly going to the farmers and asking them what they think about digitalization. Yep.
Yep.
Yes?
Okay, so how many minutes do I have?
Talk, please, please. I'm gonna watch the time.
So it's construction, retail, textiles. Yeah, so we are very much going into it. We're actually cooperating with a number of digital innovation hubs, including, of course, Lithuanian AgriFood Digital Innovation Hub. And well, indeed, I mean, when being here today and listening to the all the good, interesting things being said here, I think. Well, what we are doing, we are going into the field, and we are talking with the with farmers, for example, but not only them, because for us, so we are working at the industry level. So for us, as companies are also very much of interest. So it's really important to kind of, once we discuss digitalization, to really also understand how we think and to really be able to look at this with clear eyes. And obviously, we are facing all kinds of challenges. And what was interesting for us, indeed, so we tried to establish what's the current state of play, for example, in Lithuania, and we already see that those digital technologies are being used. It's just a question, what kind of technologies? And obviously, when it comes to operationalizing things and doing research, so often researchers start with things like, do we have a website? Do we have social media presence? Because those are kind of technologies as well. But if you look into some more interesting technologies, we also find, for example, that quite a number of those guys are already using enterprise planning systems, CRMs, even Internet of Things also is being used. Not that much as, like, let's say, Lithuania, 20 to 25%. But when you go into even more sophisticated technologies, robotics, for example, artificial intelligence, here you are kind of talking up to 10%. And so when you are thinking, why, what's happening? Obviously, there are all kinds of issues. I don't really want to spend all the half an hour talking on this. But one thing, kind of also as a reflection to what has already been said here, so it's often we kind of assume that digital is good. We kind of assume that obviously digital has promise, and sometimes it's not necessarily that this promise is being fulfilled, at least in a short term. But from the perspective of those guys in a field or guys doing manufacturing, well, for them, the question is, does it make a business sense? And so indeed, for them it's important to put things together, to calculate, etc. And when they are thinking about this business sense, there is a huge thing which is uncertainty, right? Because what we are talking here, and it's easy for us, so we are speaking about the potential, about the rewards, but risks is also an important side of the equation. And quite a few of those guys out there, when we are taking their decisions, we obviously take this uncertainty into consideration, and that's one of the reasons why we are kind of moving slower than we would perhaps want them to. So that's, I guess, one of the point, and of course I could elaborate more and more, but I guess I give the ball back to you.
Thank you so much, Egidijus. Yeah, but you made a good point, and right away I would continue asking. So, listening to Egidijus, I got into mind this question. So, what is a bigger challenge right now? Is it the actual ROI, return of investment of the technology, or the trust of the technology, if we talk about cloud? Yeah.
Let me see if it works. Yeah, I think mine works. So, actually, yes, listening, I was also thinking that we, as you said, we connect. Our aim is really to connect between different stakeholders. So the farmers, we have industries, we have researchers, and we are a bit in the middle and trying to connect every dot. So we also conducted some informal interviews, and actually we got very low numbers of farmers that are actually using technology in their farms. So our number for Portugal, for example, is 8%. So it's very, very low. What is causing this situation? I would add a third thing to your list, actually, Cristina, because it's also a matter of adequacy. So, for example, it's very interesting that some technology generates a very big amount of data, and then we are able to integrate it, and it comes up as a very informative platform. But we need then to be able to make understandable reports, right? Because if we don't translate these to actual practices, then this is, for me, the biggest challenge that I anticipate. Of course, sustainability, economic sustainability is very important, but also if the farmers have to understand, and I'm saying farmers, but could be small to medium enterprises, it can be a lot of entities. They have to understand what value this brings, and it has to be in a language that they understand what they have to do based on the results they have.
So what I'm hearing, probably the main points that we need actually to show, so we need large-scale pilots probably, and we need to talk, we need to have a dialogue. So, Andy, please elaborate a little bit more. So what kind of tools actually AgriFood maybe is using to find this right language with the farmers, with the whole stakeholders of the food value chain?
What we tend to do, is it not? Okay, yeah. So, oh gosh, I wish I didn't have this. So, we actually, with an AgriFood, we have a whole department that is focused on education. And this education has many different dimensions, from university education, so our partners developed a Master of Science in Food Systems, because we believe systemic approaches are important, all the way to farmers training in regenerative agriculture, farmers teaching farmers and stuff like that. So I believe in order to create the common language, there needs to be a upskilling of both farmers and every other element of the food chain. I think digitalization without a flanking program of trainings is not quite right. In fact, when I was sitting here and listening, I was actually thinking, I started right out of university, I worked at a computer company called Digital Equipment, and Digital bought a firm called Nolan Norton, who posited that there is no way for any organization to get to a high level of IT without having to go through 3 distinct stages. So in other words, they said, nobody can buy their way out of those stages. You can accelerate faster through them by bigger investments, but you cannot skip them, right? So from initial testing with apps, and
George actually mentioned that, the twilight zone, and I'm wondering if there is a prescribed path we can define now. So we don't have it yet, but I'm just wondering if that's possible to say, maybe there's a kind of a 3-stage approach, even for farmers and other players in the food system, to say, what is my prescribed 3 stages that I need to go to in order for me to get that proficiency and to then gain that ROI? Because the ROI doesn't come automatically. It needs to be exploited. It needs to be used by people that know how to do it, right? So, and it's not just enough to give farmers robotics and stuff like that. There's got to be somehow an affinity to using technology on the farm, right? So, and that's what I mentioned earlier also with Generation Z, right? So I think, again, a very important part of it is the whole education piece, and also I think the definition of what are those stages. It could be 3, it could be 4, I don't know, but I think that's also, I think, sorely needed. And I think you're probably working on this, and I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on it because of the twilight zone. To me, that's the highest level, as you showed. But how do you get there? What are those stages, so the incremental steps on it?
Yeah. Is it work? Yeah, I don't have the answer yet. But what we last month we started a project specifically on this. Okay. So what we are doing is we are observing initiatives already working in this direction of the twilight zone and looking back how they get there. Then we hope to define some red lines in it. That's okay. This is the type of stages that you have to go through. Intuitively, you start with apps, then you combine them in systems for a company, then more companies, and then the full exposure. But you can see already an enormous difference when you talk about large-scale pilots. It's good to build trust with 10 companies, but then you end up in an enormous challenge when you want to scale up, because then it's open to everybody, and that's the tricky issues that are in it. And so, in a large extent, to my feeling, it is about behavior. That's why we think that we should include the social sciences and legals and all the stuff on that. To have also good governance models to protect the weak part in this. And so it's more I think the stages have to do with comfort zones, something like that. That's the first response.
Well, since EU is quite very different, because we have different member states. So, George, how do you think can we create different digital toolboxes for the digitalization, or we can make something one so it could be scaled up?
You always have to respect the differences, but you have to look for the commonalities. Where are the things the same? And build upon that. And that's why we have this, let's say, this vision on these hubs. So you can distribute the general concept and adapt it to local situations. It's crucial in Europe. It's crucial. And maybe that's also a challenge for let's say, the multinational operating companies to go into that line instead of pushing everybody in their direction.
I would like to ask Evangelia, so you're listening now to different opinions, but what does it come from DG Agri? How do you feel about those digital toolboxes or education? So what is more important? Or maybe you already have some in mind, some 3 steps which should be taken in every member state in order to digitalize?
So yeah, it's very interesting actually to hear the views, but I cannot say that there is one priority more important than other. I still believe in what I said before. It's an holistic approach, and we need to tackle at EU level various aspects that actually hinder digitalization. So I will just grasp a bit the point that George refers to right now about the twilight zone and actually the data spaces and what we need to create as a whole of course respecting the differences among farmers, regions, etc. And it's true that lately, under the Digital Europe program, we start the preparation of the common European agricultural data space. So to bring all these data platforms together to identify the data sets that are important for agriculture, that are useful for agriculture, and from that, of course, to standardize, to ensure interoperability aspects, so that all stakeholders, not only businesses, because also from our side, what is important is that farmers actually harvest the potential of data, of the value of data, and of course the public authorities. So all of them have access, they can share the data in a trustworthy manner, in a responsible and fair manner, so that not only, let's say, the big tech companies would actually benefit from that. So that would be, let's say, the part on the data space. But of course, on the other side, farmers, as it was already said before, they might not have the knowledge or the skills actually to move towards this direction. And that's why measures are needed from that side. As mentioned before, under the CAP, there are interventions for skills and knowledge. And I think it's very important, the role of advisory services for that. We need to have hubs, advisory services, so that they can actually transfer the knowledge. Because technologies are there, but artificial intelligence is there, but it does not mean that we do not need interpretation or to turn the knowledge to wisdom. So I would think that it's not one priority, there are many, and there are many actions at EU level that go towards this direction. One last point is that on the trust in data sharing, because it was also mentioned as a point that hinders actually the digitalization uptake. From that side, at EU level, there are many legislative acts that are coming into place following the adoption of the EU strategy for data. So there is the Data Act, the proposed Data Act, the adopted Data Governance Act. All of them are trying to clarify data governance aspects, and I think this will actually help this landscape of data and help the trust in data from farmers and companies.
Thank you so much. I think also that trust is gained with education, talking, dialogue, and education. It's not just gonna change overnight. So, but Egidijus, let me ask you, so you mentioned that you're doing this research between different sectors, right? So maybe you can underline what is the biggest challenges for the agri-food digitalization, or maybe there is no difference between sectors.
Sorry, I had it. I was sleeping. Well, when it comes to differences between sectors, actually, so we are looking into, well, 5, let's say, traditional sectors. And I wouldn't say that there are like major differences, whether you look at the, obviously like specific technologies which are of importance, I mean, they might differ between sector, etc. But when it comes to actual challenges, we see so many commonalities. And those challenges, I mean, well, obviously, so for us, the way we kind of structure it, so we kind of, again, challenges, you can look at them from the perspective of those guys who are implementing the whole thing. You can look at this from the perspective of guys, the technology providers, public sector, etc. So again, for us, the most important part to think about challenges was this, let's say, people dealing with it, owners, managers, farmers, etc. And so for them, let's say one interesting perspective to look is how we respond when you ask them in a survey versus how we respond when you do more of a qualitative approach. And survey is usually very straightforward. So what do you need, what's lacking, etc. So it's funds, it's skills, and it's knowledge. But that's because it's a survey. It's a very structured way of conveying things. And so it's always, I mean, okay, what do you need? What do you lack? First and foremost, money, give me money, then you can do anything with money. But again, for us, I would say it's rather narrow approach. And for us, it's much more interesting to do this more of a qualitative, more in-depth analysis. And this approach actually reveals a lot Because then people, I mean, here you can think indeed, or speak in terms of trust, for example, or culture, or also business logic, because there you can really hear all kinds of stories. And so someone might tell you that, okay, so I've been doing this for like so many years and it's been working, so why should I change, right? Or you can also hear stories about risks and uncertainties, and especially today, right, with all these crises. So there is, I mean, this important part, and it has also been mentioned here in various terms, right? The need for education, etc. Trust has been also mentioned, but that's also very much part of a challenge.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Egidus. And I'm thinking, listening to you, I got this idea. Now we're talking a lot about the new data space, right? But could it be a new, somewhere in between this, a new business model for farmers in this? How do you see it, Claudia? Do you see it?
Sure. So I think that this may be an important matter for the digital innovation hubs to work on with the farmers and the farming businesses. So I'm not sure whether the audience is familiarized what I'm saying, but the idea is really that the farmers can take benefits from this kind of this data that is available at a reduced cost for them, based on the sustainability economical model of the digital innovation hubs. And this is something we are indeed promoting. I can give you a very short, I hope I'm not starting to be a bit too technical on here, but we are trying to promote like a map, because we truly work with soil health, and so a big part of the health of our soils is on the biodiversity of the soils. So we are aiming at getting a kind of a map of all of our soils in terms of, for example, if a farm has a very, very large land, then we are able to, using our technology and the available data, of course, to better advise him on the practices, on the crops. So I think in the end, this will be a very, very great opportunity for the farmers as well.
Okay, I'm gonna add one more question on top on that. When we talk about digitalization or implementing, especially deep tech, we usually see big farms or large or large corporations quite easily adopting those. But when we discuss about investing for the smaller farms or SMEs, so how we could help those, or is it truly those are the main stakeholders who can benefit out of digitalization? Is it possible for them to benefit? And maybe I will go to Evangelina. How do you see, from your point of view, to who you target first? For example, who should start this digitalization revolution?
I think once again the answer I cannot give or prioritize, but small farmers is a core element. We need to actually work with them and to help them find the solutions. Under the Common Agricultural Policy, they have a prominent role. So we need to have targeted measures towards them. First of all, I would like to go a step back and to say, for example, that in many regions, within countries, for example, there are certain lack of basic conditions. So there is a lack of connectivity or lack of infrastructure, not only from internet side, but digital and data infrastructure. So from that side, small farmers would be really helped if this kind of basic condition is really solved. So otherwise they cannot even use technologies, not at all. And of course, not to forget that this will help also the rural areas development, which was also mentioned before. So on top of that, of course, if we talk about investments, then member states should actually target these measures towards small farmers. They should, for example, have measures in order to investigate whether business models or the other database solutions can be found for small farmers and also for less advanced farms. They should not be left behind. And I think to mitigate the digital divide is really essential. And it was something that we specifically asked the member states to elaborate in their digitalization strategies.
Thank you so much. And
Can I add
yeah, sure.
Add, because, well, I'm not fully agree with you.
Good.
We're in a panel, right? Now, if you look in other sectors, you see drastic changes in sectors. How our health system is operating currently, how our legal system is operating, digital, and so I think we should consider that the farmer that you talk about, whether it's a big farm or a small farm, they will change. The concept of a farmer will change. I had a lesson learned here in our use case in Lithuania when they were working with drones. And small farmers will never buy a drone, take a course on how to operate the drone and analyze the complex data. They will not do it. So what you see is that new service providers come up and they take over the function that is meant to be done with the drone. So new types of service providers. There's another aspect I mentioned briefly about, let's say, the downsides. What we see is that, and now I'm also reflecting to what was discussed earlier about resilience. What we see is that if you look at the big projects, it's robotized, and robots are going through the greenhouses, cows are automatically going to the milking unit, etc. But there's a big investment in it, and it's for farming community. It's strange investment. It's strange money, and farmers have survived the last couple of 100 years by family farms. Family farms are resilient. If there's a drought, so if there's a drought in Portugal, they don't invest in a new shed. They skip a year. They don't buy the new tractor. They will do it in a good year. Yeah. So it's fluctuating, and the family is also, let's say, spending less money. If you are depending on foreign investment, you have to pay every year if the crop is doing well or not. They don't care. You have to pay. So there's, in terms of resilience, if there's disasters coming up, I'm afraid that the small farms will be more resilient than the big farms in the end. So that's why we need to think about other models, other, let's say, service providers, so that's how we can bring the digital innovation also to the small-scale farmer, in my opinion.
Yeah, please, and I was going to ask you.
There's so much I can talk about right now. So you just triggered so much. But just a couple of things. First of all, on the subject of business models, right? So first of all, the equipment providers and the digital solutions providers also need to think about different business models. And I think you touched on it, right? So for example, if you have someone who has a robotics solution for a farm, rather than selling this, they could say, I can boost your yield by X% and you pay me from the extra yield, right? As an example. So there's that, right? But you also mentioned about a business model for farmers, and is there an ROI in it, right? So, and one of the things I was thinking was, if farmers were to be able to, for example, measure very convincingly soil health, right? So they could maybe get into the carbon credit space at some point, right? Because if they have all the tools, they can actually monetize this. I was also thinking maybe they could monetize the data that they collect, but that's counter to the idea of saying like we all share, right? And then lastly, on this, on the subject of small farms, at AgriFood, we have a concept called test farms. So the farmers, regardless of their size, can make available a part of their agricultural space to innovators that want to test their innovations. It benefits the innovators, obviously, because they can test this, but it also benefits the farmers because they can see what's actually happening. However, to go up one level, I think a lot more needs to be done, and probably is done already, with farming cooperatives, which are everywhere, right? So they are the ones, I think, that need to take the leadership in really pushing across farms, teaching and stuff like that. And we have, for example, at At AgriFood, we have one cooperative called Grupo AN in Spain that has more than 10,000 farms. I think it's even 20,000 farms in it. So I think that's the other player that we need to really think about engaging big time, so the cooperatives. There you go.
Thank you for mentioning cooperatives. I think that's a brilliant idea if we're talking about networks of networks. So cooperatives working with cooperatives, connecting together, providing each other services, sharing the knowledge. Knowledge sharing probably wasn't that mentioned a lot today, more about cooperation, but this is very important points. But I would like to turn to our audience. Maybe you have some comments, because we really have experts in the audience. Maybe you agree or disagree. And I see we have a couple of questions here.
About the small farms.
How relevant is it to small farms? So we talked how relevant is for the small farms, and are there any theoretical calculations on how big a farm, how big the farm should be? So probably George, that's a question to you.
No, it really depends on the business model you apply. If you have business models that farmers pay per hectare or per square meter, it can be a very small farm.
Yeah, I would kind of agree to what you're saying. And how do we convince actually companies or farmers to participate if they have caution on digitalization? What are initiatives and benefits from the digital innovation hubs? I think it's going to be quite good discussion in the hall soon on the exact services on the digital innovation hubs, so people could move and listen to that. But the last good question, and could be the finalizing question for us in the panel: how can we expand actually digitalization? How can we make bigger impact? We talk a lot, but do we see certain exact tools, or maybe this network of networks? How do we make this knowledge more shared and change generations? Hard question.
Well, that's $1 million question. I don't really have an answer, but what I know based on experience, I mean that the field is so dynamic and the things are changing so fast. So I don't think that there is a panacea. We just have to be open-minded and learn a lot.
I'm going to make this question even harder for you, Claudia, now.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can you name certain steps that needs to, or actions that needs to be taken, in order to make bigger impact for the digitalization to be implemented?
I can give the first one and then pass to Andy for the second one. No, I really want to restate the matter of educating, but it's not common, it's not scientific education, but it's building really platforms that are able to be used. So for example, we are working a lot on very short MOOCs, like on regenerative practices, so really speak the language of who we want to really target. I would say this is for sure the first step, because there are a lot of things that we can do, that we can install for sure technologies and very advanced technologies, but we have also to go back to the basics and understand what can be done that really will sustain and then will even positively influence the use of technology.
Thank you so much. I'm going to add extra detail for you, Andy, also. I know that AgriFood invests a lot into startups ecosystem, creating innovation ecosystem. How can startup ecosystems help for the farmers to go more digitalized, or it's not relative?
So I think it is relevant. I mentioned already the test farms, which is one way by which the startups can engage. But I think, again, I was just thinking when we were talking, the previous question you had, how can we expand, or the audience had, how can we expand beyond the usual suspects, right? So, and I think besides the cooperatives, there's also the associations, right? So a few years ago, I was invited by the South African Avocado Growers Association to speak to them and have a workshop on open innovation. And I think a lot of the digitalization efforts, particularly when it comes to yield on the farms and new methods, are also specific to the particular crops that they're growing. And that's why I think associations and the cooperatives both need to be triggered. And that's also how the startups, I believe, could also go and help to sell their technologies, right? So both to cooperatives and to the associations. So particularly if they have crop-specific technologies, I'm thinking, for example, robotics that are doing picking, or robotics that are doing weed zapping, that might be very much tied to one particular crop, So I think those are ways by which those startups could do this. And of course, many of the startups also get investments. So I mentioned that. And I think the investor community oftentimes has excellent ways to open doors for them to those communities that gives them access to the particular future customers, I think, So that's the other avenue that they can take.
Thank you so much, and Evangelina, I'm going to listen to your opinion. How can we make even bigger impact? How can we expand beyond our already tools that we have and we are using?
I think we already described the tools, and now we have to see a bit what will happen in the future, because the measures are there, so we need to see whether they work or not. And at the EU level, we have, let's say, for the moment, the three pillars. I would say the common agricultural policy, the EU strategy for data, and we have also the research and innovation framework. We have to make really tailor-made measures, and from the Commission side, we're already reflecting of what will happen in post-2027. We know that there will be various implications from digitalization for farmers and rural communities, and we need to strike the right balance. So we're already, let's say, are launching studies in order to see what will be these implications, so to propose the right policy framework for the future.
Thank you so much. And George, you started. Now you have a final word to say.
Yeah, well, I think the people from the Commission should know that my solution is replication. What do I mean? We have to be aware that depending on how you count, it's 2 to 5 million farmers. That's what we have. And looking at what's happening, I can identify, let's say, 100, and if I expand a little bit, 200 good practices, good solutions for all those promises, right? So how to bring the good practices to those millions of farmers? And I think what should help is that we have programs. We have programs for rocket science. We have programs for startups, but there's something in between. And I call it replication. And that's why my heart is at the digital innovation hubs, to bring the good practices to the local digital innovation hubs, so they can adjust it to the local situation and promote the solution over there. So make use of the 200 good practices by replication. And I would appreciate if the Commission is launching programs for that.
Thank you so much. So thank you for the discussion. Thank you, and let's get a big applause. Thank you one more time. And I'm just gonna say, we're gonna have a good break right now. We're gonna have a lunch. So please join us right after the lunch in 1 hour for the leading other panels.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You'll reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You'll reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one? Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia.
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You'll reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius. Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one? Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. The pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius. Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one? Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized for having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue. Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one? Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius. Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one? Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized for having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia.
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue. Vilnius is so walkable. I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue. Vilnius is so walkable. I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one? Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius. It's,
Vilnius.
Which one? Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized for having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia.
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue. Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, was I?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one? Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized for having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. The pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, never know.
Yeah? Yeah. There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one? Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah? There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination. Hotel. Recalculating routes. You'll reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, was I?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one? Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah? There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You'll reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You'll reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Sveiki dar kartą susirinkę į popietinę sesiją.
Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session. It's great that you are still so enthusiastic and still smiling, and let us continue with our important topics. Now we'll have a panel discussion about transforming decisions in creating sustainable food chain and supply chains. And very brief introduction. Our current food system production, transportation, processing, packing, warehousing is very complicated. So it's a very important food supply chain, and it feeds a lot of people and sustains about 1 billion people. With regard to the latest statistical data, the supply of food per capita in the last 40 years increased more than 30%. And we use more fertilizers, 800% more, especially nitrogen-based fertilizers. Water resources for irrigation increased by 200%. But on average, 821 million people globally are starving or have insufficient amount of food, and lots of children are suffering from malnutrition. 613 girls and women from 15 to 49 suffer from the lack of ferrum due to insufficient nutrition. And quite a lot of people are overweight, and food supply chains are pressured by the demand of animal-based food, increasing prices, and climate change. These and other actions, of course, impact the food supply chain, which has to transform. And we will be speaking about that in a few minutes. For the beginning of the discussions, I would like to invite Maciej Krzysztofowicz, who is from the European Commission Joint Research Center, and he will be the fire starter of the discussion. So he will start the discussion.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation. So, Christina, as you said, there are quite a few challenges to agriculture, and it's easier to think about the challenges and the problems that we're facing than thinking who actually will be solving those problems and the farmers of the future. So recently we have done a project for DG Agri about farmers of the future, where we have actually thought about with farmers from across Europe, where we thought about what farmers of the future could be. And our role as the Joint Research Center of the European Commission is to actually help build evidence-informed policies. And particularly, we are working on the foresight aspects, so future-related thinking about the evidence. So we use the evidence from other parts of the research centers and from research centers across Europe, and we put it in the context not of the current problems, but of what the futures and the different futures could look like. So we teamed up with farmers from across Europe, and they have shared their experience of what the farming is like for them now, and what do they see for farming for the future. Our starting point was a set of mega trends that we all know. So many of them have been discussed here. And of course, geopolitics, the Russian war in Ukraine, climate change, technology are those that we have heard about. But there are more. So we should still be thinking about the changing nature of work, of how we work, in what kind of organizations we work. The changing governance structures and governance systems towards, as we heard before, more networked ones, but also with organizations coming up in all different ways of organizing, also with blockchain-based solutions and so on. And finally, also shifting health challenges. For example, the focus that we have now, of course, the pandemic has been one big focus, but also related to it, the issues of mental health, which is also coming up in farming a lot. These are things that we start thinking about and we need to think about when we look at the future. So with the farmers, we have actually thought about what would be the different kind of profiles, activities, business models for the future that take into account the transformations that agriculture has to undergo, but also the trends that we see it submitted to. They are not 12 types, so we don't think there will be individual ones. And when we actually talked about them with many farmers across Europe, they said, well, I see myself actually partly doing one of the profiles and partly another profile and another profile, bringing it coherently into their activity. So we've divided into four main groups. The first one, and the starting point, was more the kind of farming that we see today. So these were the starting points of our profiles. So we have adaptive farmers, which are changing now with times, which are building actually new activities and new models. And for the future, they have seen that rather than taking in quite a lot of different activities, they will need to streamline them to actually build themes around which they operate and build networks which are much more fluid than they are now. We've seen also a discussion of the corporate farming in the future, and there has been some mention of the agri-food chain issues, but we also see a possibility of much more vertical integration and actually farming becoming a business unit within larger food organizations. And here's an example of a future corporate farmer or a branch operations manager in a food enterprise. We also see, of course, the intensive farmers of now who become very much automation and precision agriculture driven. And as we have heard in the last session, also quite open to international markets and to the volatility, and also quite open to the volatility of their technological system. And finally, we've also seen that with the transformation, there will be many farmers who will actually have difficulty adapting. They are all described in this patrimonial profile, where they are still struggling with the adaptation, with the transformation. So we see all those models, but we see more models coming up. And of course, technology being one of the driver, we see farming profiles emerging around controlled environment agriculture. All that is built on the greenhouses of the past, but greenhouses, but basically building, growing inside buildings, but also cell-based agriculture. So what we call synthetic food, sometimes with the use of biological products, but sometimes, as we see examples with, through different microbial processes. However, there are also different profiles emerging around the social and the cultural trends that we see. So looking at the social trends that we see into the future, so the changing nature of cities and changing urbanization, the issues or increasing importance of the issues of health and wellness, the community building aspects, and the redefinition of our relationship to nature brings us to the models, for example, around social care. So these are farmers which are really more connected to the health system than the agricultural system, and for them the patient is the king. So it's about healing, it's about working with hospitals, but also with other care centers, bringing people to these agricultural environments. We see regenerative farming, which is happening now, but we see it at a different scale. So rather than individual regenerative farms, you actually see many farms together creating an ecosystem, because you cannot be regenerative around agriculture that is not sustainable. You actually want to build whole regional ecosystems of regenerative farmers. So we see those kind of activities expanding at a scale. And finally, within the social trends of changing urbanization, we see urban farming emerging much more. So as vertical farming, controlled environment agriculture, but also on urban soil. So we see actually viable farms that are integrated in the cities, both relating mostly to restaurants and catering within the city, but also opening up to citizens. And finally, we have a set of profiles that are around the cultural trends. So we have the changing nature of work. We have seen that very fast with the COVID and the work from home trend. So people can now work from everywhere, and we see some places where they start moving to the rural areas and are starting changing rural areas, and they're starting thinking about agriculture. We have, that's part of the back to land kind of trend, but we also have trends around informal food networks, and so we see an emerging categories of farmers which do not fit into the current monetary model, but the people we worked with actually imagined a lifestyle farmer, so people who actually have another job, but they commit part of their time to the physical work of agriculture, which they like, but it is integrated in a system where they only do one particular thing they like. They do not have to do all the things that farmers have to do into a kind of new cooperative systems based on these kind of ideas of quality of life, of self-actualization. We also see, and we think we will see much more of that emerging, of a kind of serious hobby farmers. So we still call them hobby a bit dismissively, but these would be people who are not interested in the financial aspects of the farming, but are really interested in producing and creating a quality product, whereas their income comes from other sources. And finally, we have the community provisioning farmers who actually care about growing and sharing. So again, they're not motivated by financial reasons for their production, but we all know the informal networks of food production, where from some family member in the rural areas, we get all kinds of food, and there's a food exchange for gifting, the whole culture around this. Well, this could actually be something that could be emerging at a completely different scale, also in cities where people could be sharing the food production and creating new business models and new situations of actually growing and sharing food. So with these profiles, we actually thought about clearly one thing that emerges is that the trends that we see are actually driving us into more diversity, more thinking about all the different things and activities that could be happening around farming. And it doesn't come without challenges. So there are some questions that we have identified around this. First of all, so when you have a much more diverse systems of agriculture, how do you still keep the common goals? How do you strive towards the same kind of sustainable, both economically and environmentally, goals? Secondly, well, how do you manage this transformative change? How do you actually keep track of the different networks and the ever-changing networks that you need to be in? And finally, and this was something that was mentioned also in the previous panel, well, it means also a redefinition of what or who farmer is, but also what a rural area is, from the preconceptions, keeping maybe the most interesting aspects of what we think are useful to keep still from those identities, but actually enriching them with all those new elements. And I think the two things that come out of the projects in terms of the transition is first that it's not a smooth path. So transition is not something that you can model and it will just happen sort of year over year. It's something where you actually change a lot. There's a lot of experimentation. There's a lot of different models. And the second part of this means it's not a uniform process. So it will be different for the different people. It will be different for the different motivations, but also for different models. So we have to prepare a transition which actually takes into account this the diversity. Now, what these profiles in our study do is, and we have been actually working in Portugal and in Flanders in Belgium with farming communities to actually think and imagine these different models that they could be going into. In the words of one of the farmers that we have been working with, well, he said, well, I wish this is something that I would have seen in my agricultural education. I wish I would have seen like different models of what I could be doing rather than a single one that I was supposed to follow. And this is a bit our hope that this project and the report that I have a few copies, but you can also download it from the web. It actually brings people to think about the different ways that agriculture could be in the future and the different places that they could actually fit into this model. So with that, of course, the Joint Research Center works for the whole of the EU, the Commission, but also member states and farmers across Europe. And we hope that what we do is a conversation starter. So it actually starts people thinking about what are the different models, what are the different agricultures, what are the different futures that we could be living in. And I hope also in the case of this panel, this could be something which starts this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Maciek, please join us. Ir dabar aš pakviesiu mūsų.
Now I would like to invite the discussion participants to discuss on what we've just heard. Mr. Viktoras Pranckietis, who is the chair of the Rural Affairs Committee of our Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania. Please take a seat. Now let me give the floor to Astrida Miceikienė from Vytautas Magnus University, the Academy of Agriculture, and she's a Secretary General. Linas Pranckevičius, who Deputy Chair of Linas Agro Group, CEO at AB Kauno Grūdai. Arūnas Svitojus, Chairman of the Chamber of Agriculture of the Republic of Lithuania. And Rokas Morkūnas, Business at OECD Policy Manager. We've just had quite interesting scenarios. Astrida, I will first of all talk to you. You are a representative of science. Can we draw up such scenarios about farmers? Because agriculture is a very conservative field of industry in Lithuania. Well, we can draw up different scenarios. The changes, global changes, are blurring the line, what is traditional and what is not. Global processes and global markets and events change the global face and change the agriculture. And there are lots of poor people, malnourished, but also quite a lot of obese people. So we have to speak not how to produce more food, but how to produce enough food in the places that it is needed. So here, I think not only traditional foodstuffs play a very important role, but the position of the farmer is transforming. And we're talking now about farmers and businessmen, and the businessmen are also farmers and vice versa. So these processes are happening, and they will happen and the new functions of farmers will emerge, new business models. And if we were talking about a few years ago about robots, that were fascinating thing. Now, agriculture is the most automated sector, and we have lots of robots. Sometimes it is fascinating to hear that farmers should process their products. But we're not telling the construction company to produce raw materials for them. Farmers have to do what they have to do and what they can do. Sometimes maybe produce food and speak about vertical farming and urban farming. This is our future. And we, as a science institution, we speak about new professions because we need to transform our perception and now we speak about the fact that a person has to have IT knowledge, and we are speaking about digitalization and agriculture. This is here and now, and this changes modern future agriculture. We speak about influences and also those who are different and work in agriculture. Thank you very much, Secretary General. We also spoke that education is the backbone for transformation of food supply chain. And I would like to address Mr. Viktoras. You as a politician, policy shaper, former, what is a sustainable food chain? What are we transforming? We have to come back to what the UN is saying about sustainable food. Is food secured for everyone? We're talking about sustainable chains in order to secure food, but they have to be of high quality. We have to speak about both things. I would like to just agree with colleague Astrida. We have to speak about sustainability from what we use so we can produce what we need. So nobody, I think, said no to eating meat, but during lunch. And we talked about how can we replace meat in the morning and make the food supply chains more sustainable, reduce methane, and so on and so forth. We have to ensure sustainability from changing our approach, starting from maybe schools, high schools. We're talking about food waste a lot. And let me make another introduction. The previous speaker said nicely that people will need to change and farms will need to change. But in Lithuania, up to 15% of farms produce 80% of products. And this is our reality. Those who play with farms and would not profit, they will not have a big farm. And this is a law of economy. Your main activity, if it sustains you, then you are interested and successful in that area. But if this is only a game, a secondary to you, just to satisfy your need, this is not your main thing. So let us agree that the land will feed us, and people who will work the land, they will be responsible for many things. But we are the ones who are contractors and consumers of the producer. So everything starts from consumers, education of the consumers. And now I will address Andrius.
So you, as food producer, from whom do you receive for your orders? Well, today we need to create orders ourselves because, as Victoria said, I would say that it's not just from the part of consumers, but also from the part of society. It's not clear what is this sustainability? Each of us have our own definition. Some think about sustainability in terms of environmental friendliness, others have other notions in mind. So, this is a problem. Many businesses now have sustainability policies. One has 3 bullet points and it is sustainable already. Another one has 33 bullet points and it is also sustainable. And as I like to say, legal firms are most environmentally friendly because they don't pollute. So without sustainability in terms of ISO standards, we will not know what it is. Now we have a range of opinions as to what it is. So we as producers, we are one of the largest producers in the Baltics in wheat and milk. So we understand sustainability as efficiency in production. And as our colleague said, we do everything in terms of digitalization, smart fertilizing. We have analyzed soil and we put fertilizers where they are needed and the types that are needed. And we are going to robotize the area even more. But this is for the bigger ones. But in terms of technological progress, it is taking place. But looking to the future, it is not yet clear. And that is why sometimes we have different understandings as to what this sustainable farm is. We say organic farm, and we as a European Union want to produce 30 or 40 produce organically. But it is much more expensive. It wears down the soil. Of course, I'm in favor of green economy, but in reality, looking practically, probably that would be going back to the 19th century village when it was really bad for the farmers. So logics must be applied everywhere, and we still miss this logic, and we need discussions in order to understand this logics and to have as many organic farmers as needed. So, of course, there's no doubt that we have to engage in organic farming where it is needed, but we don't have electronic tractors now, for instance. We cooperate with New Holland and others, but nobody has them. And some have e-tractors that can tract larger trawlers, and they lose power very quickly. So we need technological progress. Thank you. So I have the same question. What is sustainable agriculture or agricultural system? And Mr. Pranskedis. Well, sustainability is food. Incidentally, yesterday there was a holy mass celebrated at the Gate of Dawn, and the priest expressed the best wishes to farmers and spoke about the very first profession in the world. Of course, these are not liberal professions, but it was agriculture, the production of food. And I greatly respect Professor Victoras and agronomy. It was the very first profession in the world. But that was because it is related to food. Food is sustainability. Sustainability means that we have something to eat. And it is consumer who shapes this area. In 99%, consumers make orders to us, and 1% of farmers produce not what they want. We have to understand that they produce what consumers want to eat, and that's how they earn, and this is sustainability. And here we are speaking about transformation. And I have many visions of transformation. Let me enumerate just three of them. For one, the world is changing, and the consumer. I have just happened to come back from an international conferences. There was an international conference in Portugal on husbandry, and consumers are starting to change their habits. A third of the population cannot drink milk, they cannot use dairy products, and they are starting using artificial milk. It's not just that people don't want eating meat, but they don't want slaughtering. They associate meat with slaughtering, therefore, eating habits change. So we must understand that the basis of consumption is not big, and we have to catch up. After COVID, all the markets, all the chains have been changing drastically. And I have been thinking probably we will need to engage in insect production, insect growing, not for human consumption, but in terms of feed for pigs and birds. We must understand that the world has been changing. Our market is not big. We are an exporting country. We are exporting 6 times more as compared to eating ourselves. We're not going to see famine here. Forget about it. Africa is another thing. So progress is taking place, and these artificial products, we are speaking cautiously about them today, but meat, milk, eggs do not comply with the quality standards in terms of artificially produced products, because meat lacks iron, other products lack amino acids, but in several years' time, the technological progress is going to catch up. It was mentioned today that it is impossible to distinguish between artificial and original cheese. So let us not forget that Lithuania is recognized as a green country producing quality food, not just quality and healthy food, but our neighboring country said that it is tasty food. And we still haven't said that we are producing a healthy, organic, and tasty food. We still need to think about other technologies as well, such as insects, lab-grown food. You have a laboratory, so please produce. Take raw materials and produce. This is one in terms of transformation. Another thing related to transformations is related to new technologies and innovation. We have precision innovations where we need to introduce a lot of new things. Hundreds of millions are allocated for the modernization of farms. And I told to the Irish where we are investing in, and they said, no, farmers are buying that themselves. So we need education, and we still do not finance research. We need to finance them more. We need to finance universities and researchers, because this is going to be important for the next 10, 50 years. And Ireland is a very advanced country compared to Lithuania. I have also happened to be in Ljubljana in Slovenia. I sat in a cafe with a farmer with a 100 cows farm, and there was just one person working on that farm using a computer. Robotics is milking those cows, cleaning, and that's it. And this one person is just monitoring everything in his computer software. Everything is virtual. Signal is given to the cows where they need to go. There are no even fences. Everything is virtual. So there's a mass of technologies that we don't use. And for us, the work in the farm seems to be difficult, while it is not difficult in that farm. I can speak a lot, but let me say a couple of words about small farms. We will move towards a stable, resilient family farm. And as it was mentioned, in crisis situations, this farm was mostly resilient because it had the least impact on the labor force, while the labor force is a critical matter. As Andrews mentioned, robotics is going to work in family farms as well. There's going to be 2-3 members of family who will supervise 200-300 of milking cows, and that is how it is going to be. We're not going to have cheap labor force anymore. Ukrainians are not going to come here to work cheaply. We need to look for innovative new means facilitating the work of farmers. And this average in Ireland, 30, 60 cows. This is a family business. Slovenian maximum cow farm is 100 cows because with the farm growing, taxes are also growing, and there is a certain ceiling. They cannot receive financial support anymore. The customers will not want to finance them. So the vision will be towards a stable, average family farm. Two people ensuring sustainability and survivability. Of course, we will need to look for new things, cooperation, search for markets, research, and a number of other things that we need to discuss. But here we would need the Ministry of Agriculture sitting here and taking notes so that they understand where billions need to be allocated. And I hope we will engage in this discussion. And there are a lot of transformational things. As Matti said, there are a lot of things that need to be used. So all forms are possible in our agriculture in the future. Let me address Rokas. You represent a large international corporation. Just recently, there was an international forum of ministers of agriculture from 150 countries in the world in Paris. I have happened to read a declaration of that conference, and the leaders of those countries accused the agricultural system.
But we at Business at OECD, we are the institutional stakeholder to the OECD. And one of the key message in the agriculture ministerial that just took place a couple of weeks ago was that there needs to be a very clear role for public-private partnerships, because without the inclusion of the private sector in the dialogue, in the discussion, we will not achieve neither immediate, medium, and long-term goals. And that is exactly why Business at OECD was created 60 years ago. In addition, OECD is a standard-setting organization. They mainly are doing political, economic recommendations, suggest domestic reform agendas, but they realized immediately when they were created in 1961 that most of their political recommendations are impacting businesses on the field and on the ground. So they really need to have a stakeholder at the table, hence the role of Business at OECD. We represent all OECD countries and beyond, around 60, close to 60 leading major business organizations and confederations. So a Lithuanian member is the Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists, and also as well sectoral international business organizations, associations. Through them, businesses and the private sector have a chance to participate to OECD internal meetings, see every OECD report that you see being publicized. For example, the OECD FAO Agricultural Outlook, that's a very influential publication released every year. We and the private sector has the chance to review the first draft, second draft, third draft, and provide its input as little as specific language edits, or even introducing a best case examples, case studies of how private sector are actually implementing the solutions that governments are asking how to do them. In particular, through our cooperation with the OECD, we have the seat at the table. So as in a typical international organization, and in the meeting of the ministers a couple of weeks ago, there's one seat for each delegation and there's one equal seat to the private sector. So we have the chance to be there. We have the chance to share our best practices. The private sector can tell directly governments, not only to their national government, but talk to other government representatives across businesses as well. What are the key challenges that we're currently facing? and then the OECD can act upon it, because as an institutional stakeholder, OECD has a role to listen to us and take everything that we say into consideration into their everyday work stream and into major publications like the declaration. And indeed, what is missing and what the ministerial declaration and ministers a couple of weeks ago said is we need to have more private sector dialogue, more inclusion of the private sector in these dialogues. And one of the ways to do it is to be there, to listen, to talk. And OECD is sometimes, particularly in European countries, not perceived as much as the place to participate, because there's a lot of focus on the European institutions. But the European Union usually participates to OECD meetings at the same level as other national governments. So OECD is a standard setting organization where we can create these standards. And what Andres exactly said is that different companies have different goals. So you need to have a forum where to decide what exactly is the standard that we all need to adhere to. And the OECD is a perfect place, and every business has a chance to participate to these discussions.
So, you mean that it is possible to engage in that discussion, and each business has a possibility to provide their vision of sustainability, right? Yes. Thank you, Rokas. Mati.
Everyone say, now maybe you could comment a little, what's in your opinion would be the biggest impact? What are those factors that would move towards changing or transformation, which you are saying it won't be easy?
Yeah, so I think the discussion was very interesting, and I would start with the point of the kind of public-private partnerships and working together on the standards, because indeed, if you look into the future, and here I'll draw just two very crude scenarios that we have looked at. One is, of course, further consolidation of the food sector. And then you have food supply chains where, as a farmer, you basically have nothing to say what sustainability is, because the processing company or the retailer will tell you exactly what they want, and you will have no question about it. But with many of the changes and technological changes also, you actually see the food supply chain actually becoming a food supply network. So we now have, with the new logistics and with the changing logistics, we have the boxes company that actually, and all the direct-to-consumer possibilities that are arriving. We've heard in one of the earlier sessions also the idea that yes, somebody would like in Brussels, just to go on a bike somewhere outside and get fresh product from a farmer and so on. So all these models are potentially available and will be more available in the future. So it's a question of kind of taking that into consideration. And in the same sense, so I have to relate to the issue of organics. It's very important that farmers do at least consider what are the costs and opportunities of changing not maybe 100% of their production, but start experimenting with different production. And I think the key word that I wanted to say for the transformation is experimentation. And it will be difficult, and there is no smooth path, as I said, but if there is an open field for experimentation on part of the field, on a common space or some other way where there is a beginning of also a dialogue between the scientists, the farmer, and the processor, for example, this is where we will actually see something emerging. Some of these will be terrible, and there will be bad examples and so on. But some of these will succeed, and I think that if we are to do a transformation, we will need to build on this. So technology, as also we were saying, opens up some possibilities which we do not believe in right now, for example. So I was talking about the kind of non-monetary aspects of farming. But of course, with blockchain, you can create new currencies. You can create new forms of exchanges around tokens, around different values. So you can imagine actually these farms being in new terms of a completely different economy profitable, even though in the normal monetary terms you wouldn't think so. So all this is possible. Now, what will actually happen and what will be the combination of the different models is something that is really up to us, and this is what we say in Foresight. So basically there are many futures possible, and we have to know the diversity of possibilities and try to strive to one or another direction. So I hope that answers a bit your question.
Yeah, thank you, Maciek, so much. I think we are kind of on the way with this experimentation. If we are looking at the large pilot projects, different implementations, demonstrating of the technologies on the farms and etc. Bet norėčiau grįžti prie jau.
But let me come back to the cooperation. It has been mentioned several times already, and it was said that public and private sector should closely cooperate in this transformation. So, Professor Victoras, you as a policy shaper, what do you think? What is the main engine for this transformation? Who should give impetus for it? Politicians or businesses? We shouldn't distinguish between politicians, businesses, and producers into separate groups. I believe that our constant work together brings us toward good results. Let me tell you an example. Our current sittings of the Agricultural Committee of the Parliament in Lithuania take place remotely, and it is the result of COVID. And there are from 80 to 150 people participating, and everybody has the right to express their say if they agree or object to some decisions. The decisions don't come from nowhere. They come to us either from the European policy, and now we are looking back at the environmentally friendly solutions. And I believe that any solution can be discussed widely and publicly, and then it brings transformation in our policy, and it has this wide agreement from the general society. And it is society itself who needs these solutions. So we need to speak about sustainability of this sector as well. We need to speak about sustainability of food production. The war has shown that Africa experienced lack of food. So we need to make supply chains sustainable, not just in terms of environment. Let us go back to Ukraine and Lithuania. We have different requirements in our two countries, and it is difficult for us to compete. So we also need to discuss about these things. If we are going to the international market, our agreements in Lithuania should also comply with the international market conditions. Now, let me give a question to Astrida. Science, research plays an important role in this dialogue as well. We spoke about the fact that we need to produce different types of food, we need to change habits, but who is shaping this? It is professionally presented arguments with statistical data, figures, and science and evidence-based arguments about the benefits of one or other types of foods, about the benefits of the organic farming, about sustainable value chains. So scientists and researchers are unbiased. They base their arguments by scientific research, and science is highly important here. On the other hand, why do we use certain products? It is also related to professional marketing, professionally manufactured products, and the society accepts this professional manner. Now, if we speak about separate groups, producers, consumers, it is high time that we start working in terms of engaging innovation system. Both science and innovation organization, non-profit organizations should be engaged. So we have to prepare this knowledge and innovation system that would be beneficial for everybody, not just for farmers, but that there could be feedback to the general society as well, so that scientists would say that one or another type of innovation is good, that one or another type of solution is not acceptable. So in this case, scientific institutions are one of the most important constituent parts of this process, and that's how it should be. On the other hand, we are training a new generation which is going to engage in agriculture and who are also new consumers with their new habits and new opportunities. So here it is also very important.
Well, we talked a number of times that the consumer is the reference point that we start from. And let me now address Andrews. High quality food, you said organic, not necessarily better, but then, in your opinion, where should we start from? What is quality, what is good or bad quality food? Well, I wouldn't say bad or good. It is good as long as our veterinary service is not against to consume it. But yes, your question is a very relevant one. Well, we also have to speak about the risk. And in this political dialogue, the dialogue between researchers, producers, and politicians, the highest risk is for those who produce food. Because at the end of the day, they either place it on the market and or they have no chances of doing that. And we have lots of examples, not very good examples, when we had different fashionable trends of food stuffs and they collapsed. In Lithuania, there was this cannabis trend, and we thought we'll be the biggest producer, and it was a fiasco. Two companies went bankrupt, and that was the end. So unfortunately, these things also happen. At the moment, we have a bubble of the so-called plant-based meat. And lots of companies are going bankrupt. We represented the first and the biggest UK company of plant-based meat in Lithuania and Scandinavia. We had to stop the sales because nobody is buying it. This flagship Beyond the Meat, the most successful one, reduced the capitalization 10 times in 1 year, and they dismissed the second or third director general. It is fashionable, but it does not sell. Is it healthier to eat soya-based isolate brought from some 2,000 kilometers? But the meat, everything has to be logical and thought of. I agree with Mr. Pranckietis. The biggest sustainability is to have affordable food. If we have niche products, special, super, extra names that we don't understand, this is not necessarily sustainable if people can't afford it. And we have lots of examples like that. Lots of trends and fashions and initiatives of insect-based food. Some 5 years ago, I visited a startup in France with an investment of 130 million, and they went bankrupt now because even with robots, they couldn't even make feed. They could not compete with rapeseed or oil and so on and so forth. But it did not happen. There are risks in the production chain, and be it a big or small producer, they all face the risk, and everything has to be balanced. Our desire and the so-called going towards this future. We don't know what the future will hold. if we think about food in the last 10,000 years, it didn't change. Grain, cereal, vegetables, fruit, also meat and fish. We have some snacks, some different beverages, but nothing has changed. So nobody knows how the future will look like. You were very correct in saying there is a question from the audience whether we imagine Lithuania that we could have genetically modified food, plant-based meat, and so on and so forth. So, as regards plant-based meat, it is in crisis globally. This sector, it will be implemented, but whether it will take 60 or 70% of the market, there is a big question in that. Maybe 10, 15. Well, I was in a food fair. An Israeli company is like printing meat, literally printing with a printer. They are not even telling the price, but it's a cool thing. Genetically modified and hormone use in animal husbandry is something which is a decisive line between the US and EU. Because the US agreed everything on transportation, but Europe cannot accept, genetically modified products, because the only way, if you want to say no to plant protection or propagation materials, we have to understand that genetically modified could be the future. What about the farmers? You started the discussion about technologies and also said that Lithuania is famous as a producer of high quality food. Would we see our farmers maybe I will continue this discussion that science is the basis, the backbone. We see lots of risks, lots of unknown, and people experiment and see the market. There are ups and downs. The Uppsala University, all the models are funded by the state to assess the risk. The robot, green or black, came and they have to, but somebody has to assess what is good and what is not. We tell our neighbor, but science has to be something that can help the technologies. And people say that the amount of your farm is that big or not, but science has to come, and then the transformation has to follow. Well, to have 200 beehives is good, but you might be allergic to that. Lots of businesses are profit-making, but you need to base yourself on science. In Lithuania, we're very segmented. We put things, we build things, but we need to base ourselves on science, and we can only talk during such forums to drive us to the future. Well, we export cereal and we lose some 2 billion or 3 billion because of the we don't generate or create VAT. We are happy to export, but maybe we could get more, 7 billion, and we could somehow put them in the Lithuanian budget. We have to communicate with businesses. Mr. Pranckietis was very right in his insight that GDP dynamics will increase, and it was ensured by IT sector and agriculture. So this is what we're talking about. Yes, this is a very progressive thing. Maybe we shouldn't be achieving for 18%. This is in our hands, and such organizations could make big breakthroughs. Agri-food sector should become a priority one, and this is what we're missing. Rokas, what trends are there? OECD is the organization where the first decisions how to change, how to transform start. This was like a backbone. Maybe there are certain signs of the decisions that transform us and
on how to do that on global scale. And the way forward is what has been said here is science-based solutions and decisions, and that we don't have to look at transformative challenges without looking at from the scientific approach as well. But apart from that, what our businesses are advocating and what the OECD is partially agreeing with is that we firstly have to close the sustainably close the productivity gap between developing and developed world. It is a great example, and I think it applies across policy, not even in agriculture, such as in on environmental performances. We have country of Suriname who's carbon neutral, but that's not really contributing to the global SDG targets. Same in agriculture. We have countries who are underinvested, who are not implementing the solutions that are available or could be available to them. We're not going to ensure global food security in a more global sense. But in addition, we have to look a lot and use data and new digital technologies to align agricultural goals with global productivity, global sustainable productivity growth, and that has to do with the cooperation between the private and the public sector. OECD is working a lot on that, and across policy, the digital committee is working on a new recommendation, which is a soft law tool of the OECD on how government can use and access data held by the private sector. And agriculture sector has a lot of data that can be used and could be used to measure what kind of productive and targeted subsidies and trade facilitating measures can governments provide. But if the private sector feels reluctant or doesn't want to give up the data or has a lot of data that could be collected but is not, that we're not really in tandem in achieving the goals that we achieve to. And lastly, I think what our businesses have been always advocating for open market, but in particular, there are a lot of, and through COVID, we also saw a lot of distortive subsidies from governments, and we have to have targeted measures that are science-based, exactly, that facilitate trade, and to avoid disruptive trade restrictions, tariff and non-tariff barriers, to make sure that trade facilitation can ensure the functioning of global food value chains. And we indeed are going towards the policies that are working from farm to fork, as was said this morning.
Ačiū labai, Rokai, už tas išvalgas. Aš kreipsiuosi į salę, galbūt.
Thank you very much. Now I will address the audience. Maybe you have a comment or question. Zita Varanavičienė. Unfortunately, we can't hear without the microphone. Interpreters cannot hear without the microphone.
Ir noriu priminti, kad
I would like to remind you that Joint Research Center was one of the institutions that carried out impact assessment from farm to fork, and it was ignored by the European Commission. So the question is to you, whether the politicians are brave enough to see the figures, because figures never lie, and sometimes they are the ones that break our sandcastles and utopias. Are you brave enough to face the figures?
Yeah, but I think in a way it's a question for everyone. I've especially said evidence-informed policymaking because as much as science is the backbone of the policymaking, clearly in the end it is the will of the people and it is the kind of democratic process that guides this. Now we want good evidence to be a basis of that guidance and a basis of the discussion that we have in the democracy. So basically, we want to make sure that the data is there, that it's available, but we also want to make sure that people make the most reasoned kind of decisions based on this. But it's clear that the decisions in a democratic process take place elsewhere. I hope that the bravery should come, and it shouldn't only come from sort of saying, oh yes, there's this one report and it says this, we need to do this, but it actually, I think it should come from the communication of the data. And I think this is where we're going a bit. So not putting just the report, oh, this is what will happen, but to actually imagine the different futures in which some of the aspects emerge as stronger and some as weaker will actually help us entertain kind of the different options. So in the end, the political choice is always to make sure there is a balance between the tradition and what is changing. But I think and with the JRC report, I think what we're trying to do better, basically, to make sure that people take it into account, is to actually also make people imagine what do those numbers mean. Imagine what can change. Because I think there was a very good point that, yes, you cannot change on your own. So you cannot read in a paper that there is demand for bio-based meat and start producing it. It has to be a decision that is made across the supply chain. You have to know that there is a market, you have to know and trust someone to buy it, and so on. And this is how transformation happens. It doesn't happen from one point as with anything. So at home we don't make decisions suddenly, to stop meat and then we think, well, it will change everything. Of course, if everybody buys in and if everything else changes, then this makes sense, but not this one change. But it doesn't also mean that if, it's not a restrictive aspect that I won't change because clearly nothing else around me changes. So it's really in these conversations and in these new networks, as we heard at the first session, that things are starting to change. And so the bravery should not really come only from kind of going against the old order, but actually to being able to point out what is already happening and start building on this. And I think this is the strategy that we would want to implement, to show people, they are changing, and these are changing. And building on this, you can actually imagine a future that in some aspects are different. So yes,
thank
I hope...
you. Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, Maciek, we are out of time, but I hope it was the last question from Lietuvos Žemės ūkio bendrovių asociacijos president.
From the president of the Agriculture Association. Well, it's a comment. I belong to the generation that implemented the program of supply of the USSR program, supply of food. You know how it ended. Now I take part in the implementation of the Green Deal, and I was surprised by Mr. Rokas, who for the first time was very clear in saying that we need to increase the productivity. which is in the EU Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, Article 39. Nobody or not changed those objectives in the treaty. Increasing the productivity with the technical progress has never been revoked. I looked into from farm to fork biodiversity strategies, and unfortunately, I found nowhere that we need to increase the productivity. Yes, from pesticides to fertilizers, we are too dependent on that, and productivity is too dependent. But this is a positive dependence. The more fertilizers, the more yield we have. As regards the last communication with regard to the affordability of fertilizers, in the preamble they say that because the fertilizers are not affordable for third countries, 22 million from 53 countries are now on the verge of the lack of food. It is fourth of those who starve. Okay, let us take the biodiversity restoration strategy, 50% to reduce pesticides, 15% fertilizers, but this will impact the productivity. Also, we have minus 12%, and I will end soon. Other surveys say minus 10, minus 20%. USDA said that prices will increase plus 17%. The European Commission also say today that every percentage point in terms of price increase is tens of thousands of starving. And nobody reacted to that in COP 25 or 6 or 7 in Glasgow. There were organizations who take care of this food supply. They said that food crisis started back in 2015. Nobody reacted, and only the current events made it more harsher. So we need to come back to the roots that are in the EU treaties. They were actually the will of our citizens, increase the productivity based on science. And as long as those treaties are not amended, we cannot revise them. Thank you very much for your comment. I'm really sorry, but I would like to ask to say the very final sentence, final word, and today I'm asking the same thing. What could be practical actions towards this transformation? Well, there is no way but to discuss, exchange your opinions, and to hear the others. And Aruna said that universities also conduct in-depth research that help assess the risks. And that would be a very practical action because the farmers need practical things. They need practical markets, and the market deals with everything. So we need practical support. Mr. Victoras, we have the aims, the goals, conditions, and the opportunities. And all the conditions not related to agriculture should be in line with the interests, so the ultimate result is good. Our colleague said that sometimes the measures we discuss do not achieve the objective. So we need to discuss with the producers so the result is yield. Mrs. Rita, well, I wish to every one of you so the challenges are turned into opportunities and to focus on scientists and science, on the objective approach, and better cooperation to all of us. Thank you very much. Our farmers want stability so they can work in a stable way. they would need to have a vision and a strategy for 3 or 4 years, and not the ones that change every day, and we see new challenges. So the farmers ask us to ensure productivity, the cost that is not increasing, and that they can work with purpose. So they could produce food, which is the beginning and the end of the world.
To react to the comment that was made, the main question the OECD is asking as a global institution is how to raise productivity in a sustainable way, and as a business, our key message is how to close the productivity gap between developing and developed world, and to use innovation and digitalization to make sure it is being closed in a sustainable way. And overall, I think and we believe that agriculture is going to be one of the sector that we will witness the biggest digital transformation. It's not going to be it's a cross policy work, and this is where we have to invest and focus on, and how to all together come to these solutions.
Ačiū labai. And final sentence.
Thank you very much.
Very shortly on this, I think the transformation is not really only about us doing this, but it will have to happen, because we've been discussing a lot of things about stability, but the world we're going into is the world of the polycrisis, of actually, you can have one measure for fertilizers for one particular issue, but if you have to have this measure every year, because there will be crises every year connected to climate change, connected to geopolitics, then you have to brace for a kind of completely different approach. And the transformation is not something that was, and the European Green Deal, something that was dreamed of in search of a better world, but really in saving the remains of the world that we have right now. And I think so the transformation will be much more forced than we expect, unfortunately.
Thank you so much. Ačiū labai diskusijos dalyviams.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the discussion participants, and it was very important. Thank you very much for your comments.
Matome, kad diskutuojame labai.
We can see that we are discussing highly important topics, so without further ado, let me give the floor to Kristina Simonaitytė, advisor to the Minister of Agriculture of the Republic of Lithuania. And she will speak on the topic of climate, energy, skills, food, future-proofing resilience and food value chain on regional scale. So we are partly continuing with our discussion on sustainability. Please, Kristina.
Veikia?
Taip, tai sveiki visi, ačiū labai už kvietimą.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to take part in this discussion and to make an introductory presentation. So the key words in our discussion is going to be ensuring and enhancing resilience. So in my introductory presentation, I'd like to speak about 4 topics: climate, energy, skills, and food, and to make an overview of our present situation and further directions that we can see on the national, European, and international scale. Now, let me start from the aspect which was the conclusion of the previous discussion as well. So the ambitions and strategic goals are not made in order to destroy agriculture, but they intend to preserve what we have so that future generations would have provision of food, as well as a clean environment and other necessary things. So talking about climate, this is the area that I mostly work as regards agriculture. So climate and agriculture, there are more and more discussions here, and more attention is given to the importance of agriculture here. This year's report presented by IPCC said that all food systems, account for 4% of CO2 emissions on the global scale. So it is obvious that it is highly important to look for solutions as to how emissions in this sector could be reduced. I have taken an illustration from this IPCC report showing that out of 5 most important measures allowing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, 3 of them belong to the agriculture, forestry, and land use area. So it once again shows the prospects and potential in this sector, as well as the importance here. It was mentioned many times today that at present, the COP27 climate conference is taking place, and discussions on agriculture are becoming ever more important there as well. Another, even more important aspect is that when decisions are made, it is highly important that farmers and other stakeholders take part here. And we are trying to do this in Lithuania as well. As many as 13 meetings of the Working Group of Agriculture and Decarbonization were held this year, and we have discussed various measures there. We've encouraged participants in engaging in the creation of these measures so that sector itself would assume ownership here, so that certain objectives were achieved via the implementation of certain measures. Now, another area is related to financing. I'm not going into details here, but it is important to note that yes, we have certain objectives, certain ambitions, but it is very important to cover it in terms of financing. Currently, financing is not sufficient. There are certain restrictions, the more so that the Common Agricultural Policy has many and diverse goals, not just green goals, and it is very important to coordinate everything. Now, energy. Energy is a key word this year. There are lots of discussions and decisions. This morning, I've listened to the welcoming remarks by our ministers, and Minister of Economy and Innovations spoke about the draft national budget, providing certain measures for economy. But the long-term prospects are also highly important, and we've spoken about energy efficiency, more sustainable use of resources, also certain areas in economy such as solar energy, and it is important to harmonize the production and the efficient use of energy so that these two important areas don't compete together. Another important thing is to make use of one plant for several functions. For instance, a solar plant can be installed and the land could be declared for cattle growing. Now, as regards the development of biomethane production, Repower EU communication by the European Commission says that by 2030, the production of biomethane is going to be increased 10 times, tenfold. And agriculture is highly important here because agriculture could provide a big part of raw material here. And the previous panel spoke about cooperation. So here, too, there are lots of synergies between businesses, agriculture, and other areas. Food now. I believe that it is highly important to expand our discussion. Frequently, we are speaking only about the production of food, but consumer is also a highly important stakeholder. Another area is transport and logistics. It is very important to have the holistic view of the food system because that is how we could tackle the rising challenges. Food waste was mentioned here as a topical area which can significantly contribute if we want to tackle problems here related to CO2 emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. Also speaking about friendlier nutrition. Discussions are quite polarized here. So the more we speak about this, the more compromises and solutions we will find as to how these things can be reconciled in terms of more sustainable production and consumption. Finally, talking about food, let me also mention that the European Commission plans to submit a proposal next year as regards the sustainable food systems framework. So I believe that there is going to be lots of discussions in this regard. Finally, let me also speak about habits. And here I had the basis in the next programming period and the multi-annual program in the CAP, such areas as R&D. And in the previous panel discussion, we heard the importance of science and research here as well. It is highly important to focus on new, young farmers engaging in food systems, also farmers choosing more environmentally friendly production. It is highly important to expand the network of independent consultants and to encourage shared learning of farmers, because it is highly important to share best practices and encourage transformation. R&D. Lithuania actively participates in various projects, including international projects. AP projects are going to be continued, along with the Horizon Europe projects and missions related to soil specifically. Finally, in conclusion, let me also mention connections, which was also mentioned by the Minister of Agriculture in the morning. We could make separate presentations about each of the blocks that I've outlined here in my presentation. So it is more important to think about all the other elements while discussing one of those areas. We're going to speak and discuss about resilience, and through these synergies, we are going to achieve it. Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Please stay. Now, let me invite participants of our next panel discussion, Kazis Starkevičius, the chairman of the Economy Committee of the Parliament of Lithuania. Let us give him a round of applause. Good afternoon. Welcome. I would also like to invite Dr. Agne Kudarauskienė, Vice Minister of the Education, Science and Sport of the Republic of Lithuania. Welcome. Agne Bagočiūtė, Advisor of the Lithuanian Energy Agency. Mr. Grzegorz Brodziak.
Prezydenta, prašom.
President at Good Valley Agro. Let me also invite Giedrius Bagušinskas, Lithuania Director and representative of Lithuanian cluster in the European Clusters Alliance, and Kristina.
Prašau. Išgirdome gan iš...
We have heard quite an extensive presentation made by Kristina. who have overviewed climate, energy, skills, and food. And today we have spoken about all these areas and we've discussed about sustainability. And as we've heard, it is very important to understand it because there are many definitions. So I have the following question to you. What is resilience in the agri-food sector, the resilience of agri-food or the resilience of food chain? So, dear Kazis, you have long-term experience both in farming and politics. So what is this resilience? Good afternoon. Indeed, we don't give a thought to our condition when we are living well, to resilience and also short chain. And it was most acutely felt when war started, and we acutely felt resilience in value chains, and we started calculating our reserves. So challenges make us think about the situation in which our country is at the moment. And we start thinking not just about the amounts we produce, but also about the amounts that we have in our reserves. Are we going to have enough of food if the war continues? And we've noticed that our production and short chain, looking more broadly in terms of our industry, so our engine was industry, and our expectations were exceeded this year in terms of our GDP. So we had analysis as to which sectors were the most important ones. So it was the agro sector, good yields of our crops and the demand of our crops in the world, and IT. I will not analyze it now, but that's it. So what is needed for this energy of our economy? Not just energy, but also quality, good foodstuffs. So here we remember short chains and what we are going to produce ourselves. So looking at the years of pandemics, we saw the success of our economy. The world saw the need of short supply chains. Earlier on, Europe would buy something from further away regions, but during the pandemics, it bought from us. So let us thank our agro sector for the growth of our economy alongside with the IT during the years of pandemics. So agro sector is highly important. Thank you. Thank you. Let me stress once again that we still don't see that agricultural sector is a priority sector in Lithuania. Christina has distinguished between climate, energy, and skills. So let me give the following question to Agne. Skills. We are hearing a lot about new skills, new professions. So are they directly related with food? What is your opinion? I have been taking part in various discussions recently where we are speaking about future skills, whether it be in the area of production or agri-food sector, and sometimes I get an impression that skills is something in the future. But significant changes in terms of the demand of skills are taking place already for several years now. And the system needs to react slightly faster. I think that we can never achieve a certain point in education when we will be able to say that we are already ready for the future skills. So education is an evolutionary system. For one, I don't believe in a model whereby people sitting in offices can decide as to what skills are needed for any of our sectors. So both university education and vocational education, adult training, should understand that the need for skills should come from the part of employers. And how can employers engage actively in the formation of these needs? I believe that this is a certain social mission apart from your direct work in managing a certain corporation. You should also participate in certain working groups of associations, committees, etc. But it is highly important if we want education system to come close to changes taking place in the labor market, because education is not going to be the first. All the innovations and needs for competences arise in businesses themselves. So I think that similar could be said about food sector. No doubt we can react very quickly. You just tell us what you are going to need in several years' time. But can employers tell this themselves? Probably not, because cardinal changes can take place in a year's period of time. So I would say that, as in any sector, in this as well, there should be as close cooperation as possible between employers and food corporations. This is a cornerstone requirement. Thank you. In our previous discussion, we also heard that cooperation between public and private sector is needed in order to tackle day-to-day matters. Now, let me address businesses. Giedrus, what is this resilience? You have broad experience. You saw many food producers. Is this what we are talking about? Yes, each of us have our own angle of thinking, and we understand the supply chain as the interaction between the interconnecting stakeholders. Farmers produce products, give them to processors, where they are turned into products, then products are packaged, they arrive in shops where consumers buy them. So this is a classical supply chain, value chain, and it is part of the agro food system, and everybody is discussing as to how it could be facilitated. Now, if we take a silver or golden chain, if we tear it, it will break in the weakest part. So it is important in the agri-food sector to look at the weakest link in the chain and to strengthen it. Let me give you an example. For instance, as regards export markets. Recently, we've communicated with a Swedish supplier. It is a good supplier. It looks at the entire list of raw materials. It is looking at the requirements, and they are assessing the risk factors related to certain materials and their places of origin, and they are assessing certain possible disruptions. And this is the ensuring of stability and alternatives, which is highly important. And it is highly important in ensuring competitive advantage in real situations. And serious foreign suppliers have a very serious attitude towards these components. Now, we have another simple example from the war in Ukraine, where Western countries are saying we can supply new weapons, but Ukrainian soldiers are not ready to use them. They don't have the required training, they don't know how to use them. So, hardware is there, but skills are lacking. But skills need time to be developed. Similar in agri-food sector and acquisition of technologies. When changes are planned, consideration should also be given to areas where retraining is going to be needed, and it is not going to be acquired within a month or two. So skills are part of the value chain. Change needs time. Now, we are discussing about the lack of physicians. We understand that a training of physician takes 7 years. So, skills is acquired through a very long period of time. So, when we plan for stability and assess risk management, this is one of the constituent parts.
And I hear that this is one of the most important parts if we speak about technologies, innovations. We have depopulation in the regions, number of people is reducing, the average age is reducing. So with the come of the technologies, people have to have the required skills. Let me move to energy. We talked about the COVID crisis, the pandemics, war in Ukraine, and we're talking about energy crisis that shook the entire Europe. There were different proposals, and I was very happy about Christina's presentation that the alternative sources of energy is a solution, is the way forward, and Lithuania can be energy independent. But there is this but. There were different proposals on biomethane gas. So let me now hear your opinion. Agne, your insights and first comments. Good afternoon. Like Kazis has mentioned, war in Ukraine, energy blackmail made us think how energy security independence is important. And one can say, thank God that Lithuania did a lot in diversifying its energy resources. But there are these challenges that make us think and plan. And just to mention briefly that energy experts avoid saying energy crisis, because energy crisis is when we face the lack of raw materials. Now we have the crisis caused by Russian energy blackmail. Lithuania is well equipped with energy resources, but of course we have this skyrocketing price, and one of the aspects what is important to all of us and agriculture is the increase in price in fuel. Now well, maybe we shouldn't be speaking about civilization in energy. It wouldn't be very responsible of me. But we also are speaking about electricity production, and Lithuania imports about 70% and only produces 30%. So we have a big, ambitious goals in the renewable sources of energy. And according to the Department of Statistics, in 2011, in Lithuania, I don't know to what extent it is accurate, it is the Department of Statistics, there was not a single solar energy plant. And we see a big breakthrough, and we have become energy specialists at home. Skills in energy are very important, and as Christina mentioned, energy efficiency made us think, because if every year in Lithuania the consumption of electricity increases by 2% because of the improvement in the economic situation, we started thinking what we need, each and every one of us. How can we reduce the bills by shaping proper skills and resources? And of course, the media is different. And this is what our energy experts say. Once we change our everyday habits, we can achieve 5% savings in energy, and that is a lot and does not require additional funding. Thank you very much for the insights. Let me move to Grzegorz.
More from what background you are coming, and today we have heard a lot about biomethane gases, so I'll let you speak for that and what kind of renewable energy opportunities we have with that.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me once again, Christina. And let me start with saying, with this basic understanding of resilience in the food system. And in the first place, I would underline that we need to see it as a whole system, so agri and food, and not separate, because then we lose a lot of links and we get into problems. And a resilient food system, agri-food system, would be one that is capable of keeping the desired, the expected safety, food safety in delivery terms, even if exposed to shocks and stresses like pandemic or war or any other black swans, and we call them, coming all of a sudden. In order to achieve it, a lot of things can be done, shall be done. Not all are possible just in advance. But let me start with a local kind of reflection or approach on the basis of my own company, just to give you all a practice example. We run a Polish company in the northwest part of Poland. It's based on the Danish know-how and Danish capital, established back in 1994, so quite a long story now. And we have been trying to build a full value chain since the very beginning. So we comprise both crop production, we have then our own feed production, our own feed mill, we have then our own pig production in 25 farms. We have our biogas plants, which cover 100% of our electricity consumption and 70% of our heat consumption. And then we have the slaughter and processing part in the end. So basically, we start in the field and we end with a final product like meat or processed meat, which we sell to our clients. And that I would call quite a nice value chain under one umbrella, which can survive and can be resilient in a situation like pandemic, which we experienced back 2 years ago with the lockdowns, we could continue to work based on our own stocks, based on our proximity of production units and being able to move things around and to get people with the restrictions which were introduced, but still there were exceptions for food production, so people could work together in the factory and in the farms. That was possible. And that could be compared to another shock because we are also present in our sister company in Ukraine, luckily in the western part of Ukraine. So when war broke out in February, we were stopped, literally stopped for 2 weeks. And I would say luckily only for 2 weeks, with stop of fuel deliveries, stop of sale of live pigs, because in Ukraine our end product is a live pig. So that was a huge challenge, and we really were shaking, but luckily the situation stabilized after 2 weeks and we were able to continue. But we could just smell the big problem coming because of the situation. So that is an example of a well-organized, resilient model based on a large company. And here I need to come with this remark because it was mentioned in some of the debates, some of the discussions about these small and large farms, which are the best, which are better, which one to choose, which ones to support. I would say let's look at what we have. And we cannot just change the world from today to tomorrow. It's a long process. Of course, we should have a long-term strategy for creating a structure, for creating resilient agriculture and food production. But in the terms and the situation when we are facing one after one shock and stress, let's look at what we have and let's utilize these possibilities to strengthen the system. So let's utilize the large farms, which normally would be the know-how centers, the good practice examples, which kind of attract the small ones and establish good contractual cooperation and really get them up in the standards, help them develop, help them understand the new requirements coming from farm to fork quality standards and plans, and on the Green Deal requirements on the way. So don't separate, don't polarize, but just make the framework to get them work together and utilize the abilities and the potential of both parties. And just one last remark about the resilient systems, as mentioned before, it is really needed with the knowledge, with education, with cooperation of all the stakeholders, starting from the suppliers, farmers, producers, consumers, but also the academia, the researchers, and the politicians in the end, taking the right decisions, creating the right policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Grzegorz. Really very good insights, and the way your company is doing the business, and you just showed very good example of how you're overcoming and becoming more resilient. And aš grįžtu prie jūsų, Kristina, ir prie jūsų.
I am coming back to you. We listened to different opinions, and my question is, what steps, specific steps and tools we need? Because in the previous discussion, we discussed that we need closer cooperation of business and public sector, that science is also important. What do you think, and how do you see what steps we need? Because we are talking now that this is a necessity now. We need to be resilient. You mentioned lots of good things which would respond to what you are saying. What could I add from this resilience theory? What is important? Variety is important. Variety or diversity in agricultural structure, as well as supply chain, value chain, how we produce food, how we bring it, how we transport, so we could ensure that if there is a need, if there is crisis, like we had today, this basically chain would not be disrupted. Well, a lot was for digitalization, technological things, to manage these technologies, to make them work well. But if we were to come back to what the minister said, sometimes it is important to remember fundamental agronomy principles and not to only think about technological breakthrough, but what we might have forgotten, practices that are discovered once again. So this broader spectrum of tools, how we are moving towards transformation, is quite essential. Also, as regards resilience, well, being flexible is important, that we can adjust to the changing situation using the changes in the system, utilizing them, that we are not just, trying to come back to the status quo or how it used to be, but we are moving forward and trying to adjust to changes. And also moving forward. So this is very important. In the discussion, we mentioned about challenges which should be treated as opportunities. Thank you very much. And I'm asking Aziz. You mentioned clearly that agriculture, food industry demonstrates very good results of the last quarter. Where does it stand now, and how this resilience is promoted? Well, it used to be, and it still is, the backbone of all the sectors, because certain sectors cannot really get up now. So this would be a very important thing in terms of speaking about the sectors that are facing the increase in gas prices, and they were planning their investment for the future. So we need to retain this chain and the results next year. And the companies that win are the ones that have solar parks. So there are separate companies that generate electricity and sustain themselves and look for new ways, and via the Ministry of Energy. And what is important is to make it as accessible as possible. Let us preserve what we have. As for short chains, we mentioned public sector, kindergartens. Can our laws ensure that a public sector could buy from a small supplier? I have good news. Tomorrow we will discuss in the committee, and there will be an amendment. The supply without the intermediaries. It will be an experiment. We'll see how it will go, but public procurement will allow for this. So this is what is important. And when I was working as a minister, so this simplification is important. Some things were done. I will mention some of them. We discuss with farmers, but when we build the power plants, you don't need to change the purpose of the land use. So I think the ministry is on a good road, so to say. And now we have up to the permits for up to 500 megawatts. There will be other innovations. You will not. You will have the possibility not to indicate how much electricity you'll be using. So I think you need to go towards that and to have good results in the future as well. Digitalization and farms, modern farms. We need investment for modern farms. Then you can use less fertilizers, become more sustainable, but we don't allocate as much for that. And as regards the farmers, it's important that our programmers have good IT programs, so everybody can use mobile phones now. What is important is the application. So if you have a good application, you can the uptake can be really good. Sometimes ask people to write something by hand, then they make mistakes. So they also lose certain skills. So it's important to encourage and to use the tools to go forward in order to improve the food supply chain. But business say that it's not as easy. But it's important not only to retain the food supply chains, but also to have what we have. Mrs. Agne, just to ask you, we heard from business that skills take certain time, or we are talking about healthy food in kindergartens. But people say that this healthy food will not be consumed by our children, but this is related to the change of the approach. What is your opinion? How fast we can change these skills? Well, formal system of education works in the following way. At first, we need to update, license certain programs, or also change professional standards. Somebody changes the program, then it is accredited, and for 2 or 3 years it will be drafted. So you see how much you really are doing and how long does it take, then you understand that. And this is the competence of teachers. So they know how to do things. You don't need to have everything in the textbook in order to share the knowledge. The involvement of employers could be direct. Let's think about the apprenticeship, for example. The technologies change, and the state is not able to invest into innovative equipment at the universities, colleges that much. If we could split this process, that theory could be taught at school, and all the practical stuff would be in real workplace, that would make the process much easier. And the employer would have a young person with more possibilities to get a job. But this is not as easy as it seems. You need to have a master, the best person to also supervise, and that costs to business in terms of human resources and money and investment to their employees. So we're trying to do our best as a state to help as much as possible, and we're talking about resilience and so on and so forth. So increasing the resilience of economy through the resilience facility will be focused on apprenticeship. So the employers of the sector should also think about that, because we would need a tool where would be subsidizing the salary of apprentices, and people will be eligible, so we could develop these people in those sectors. And I would encourage the cooperation, because without it, in the area of education, it would be impossible to have everything. We need to get the impulses from employers, from businesses, and to make the decisions. Colleagues from policy divisions, we need to respond to the need. And then we have better indicators. Our alumni get a better job, but for that we need to cooperate. And we talk about that all the time, and this becomes as a buzzword, but we have lots of good examples, and we can duplicate those good practices in all the sectors. And now I'll move to business. Well, we had different opinions, but it's difficult to answer unilaterally. It depends on people, on the relationship. One can speak about different speeds. We spoke about that in previous discussions, that our environment makes us change fast. Businesses change even faster, as they have very clear owners, hosts. Their owners plan their strategy for 5 or 10 years, and they have a certain direction. The competition is in business, but we compete in business, among businesses. To what extent the decisions of state institutions, let's say Poland or Latvia, coincide. And we see such results that we are the ones who pay most for electricity, because there were certain decisions made some 4 or 5 years ago. Other countries pay less. So here we lose if we pay more. So certain election periods, changes, I think, stop certain changes, also change our direction. We are not very consistent, and the so-called changing in shifts may stop certain changes. If we speak about agri-food sector, this is the motto of this last year, that Lithuania is concentrating on higher added value, want to become space, the country leading in space. Agri-food sector becomes non-fashionable, and we feel that. We feel when you are popular or not popular. Business lives its own life and moves forward, and these trends sometimes stop the business. Sometimes we forget basic needs of agri-food sector. I think we should think about the bigger goal and see the bigger picture. So this is what we feel. And we have here the situation that we have different speed decisions. Well, the changes don't happen quickly. They are longer and business sees that once policy makers change, then the direction changes. We can't implement it. So coming back to energy, these processes are slow. We can't really change overnight or become biomethane country or solar leading country. But agri-food sector maybe can propose new business models to become the source of renewable energy. Of course, this was mentioned by Mr. Grzegorz and Christina, that if we were to talk about such simple things as food waste that will generate, accumulate, from 24 we would need to collect separately, and one of the ways to do that, and we have good practice examples here, is for the production of energy. And in Alytus we have a regional waste management center where you can see how this is happening. I'm talking about biomethane and the strategy, how it is all used. So these examples are very good. And also speaking about biofuel, where one of the resources is this one. Now, when the price in fuel was increasing, somebody said that in order to reduce the price, we would need to say no to biofuel. What does this mean? Well, I represent the company that every week tells what is in the composition of this cost structure. So we cannot achieve the effect by saying no. And we can use the progress by generating new business models and encouraging this area. Cooperation was mentioned a number of times, and I remember always the words of my previous boss, that in order to cooperate, you need to communicate. And I think exchanging good practice examples, communication with other countries, I think is important. You can have some also experience, and they're very, very important. Thank you very much for your insights.
Coming and we just heard that agri-food sector could become very good source for the renewable energy, but sometimes we hear contradicting thoughts or contradicting ideas. Could you comment on that also?
Oh yes, there is a discussion going on for a long time. As I mentioned, we started already in 2005 with our first biogas plant. That was the first one in Poland. Still, they haven't been developed in Poland in the right way. We only have like 150 plants compared to Germany with 9,000 plants. So potential is huge. They say if we could utilize all our biomass, waste biomass in Poland, we could probably cover 60% of gas consumption in Poland, which would be a very ambitious goal. But that is theory. The practical part of it is that we need to look at the very concrete location of the plant, really to design it in accordance to both technical parameters, the source of raw materials which you are going to put into the plant in order to be sustainable again and not transport them from long distances, find them locally, whether it's waste from food processing industry or animal manure, which we do, or some biomass which we find in our fields, or slaughter waste which we take from our slaughterhouse, also very close. That would be the perfect setup, not going far to get the raw materials. Again, you have something after the biogas process, of the fermentation process. This is called digested, and it has to be utilized in the right way, preferably as manure. And that goes very well in line with the present situation where we want to replace mineral fertilizers with natural fertilizers, both because of the Green Deal and farm to fork ideas and the political situation and problems and ethical problems as well about importing fertilizers from east of our countries. So definitely, it's a very good solution, but in each case, it needs good design before you start and good planning for construction, and then, of course, professional operation, which is needed. And in order, just an example, we have been talking very much about this shift of mindsets and also technological shift, which can be sometimes fast. And we experienced that in the pandemics, where we are very quick about changing from physical meetings into online meetings, just buying some equipment and learning how to use microphone and earphones. Very easy, very quick. That's not possible with transition in the renewable energy, because that takes time. Think about the procedures. In Poland, 2005, when we built our first biogas plant, it took us 1 year from the idea until construction, which was very quick. Today, it would take 4 years. What's happened? I don't know, but that is the picture of most countries in Europe. So we need simplification of procedures if you want to accelerate this process. We need very good work on the understanding of the concept by people, by local societies, which still have the tendency to protest against these investments because they do not understand. They are afraid of smell nuisance. They are afraid of transport coming in and out. So it needs to be explained, and people need to be educated, and the concept needs to be promoted. And then one more remark, discussion about what should we produce in biogas plants. Energy, electricity, and heat, meaning you have a cogenerator producing electricity, which you use yourself, you put into the grid, then you cool down the engine, you have excess heat, which you can utilize, a very nice setup, or clean the biogas into clean methane, which could be a good solution if you are close to the gas grid. You need to be close to it, otherwise it really costs a lot to invest in the grid. But the difference between the price of a 1 megawatt biogas plant based on electric engine and cleaning of methane would be 40% plus if you choose methane, clean methane. So there's a limitation to this step, which even could be more preferable, but it needs more framework, it needs more resilient and sustainable financing, which will be very crucial here.
Yeah, funding, it come up that, yeah, we always need funding, so we'll come back to that topic also. Gal mes turime iš salės ar...
Do we have any comments or questions from the audience, please?
Sveiki, laba diena.
Good afternoon. My name is Ingrida Grutiene from Kaunas College. I have a question to Agne Kudarauskiene. Since we are talking about higher education training center, do you see a problem only here? Because this sector collects very small groups of students. And we can see that we have very direct cooperation and communication with companies, but we can't tackle certain problems. In our college, exams are profiled, and students get too low grades. Yet another problem is that students select their studies not in terms of what they want, but in terms of where they can enter. Thank you. This is yet another good question, and we need to mention yet another reform, professional orientation. And it is designed at understanding of one's skills and talents, and what do you need to learn in order to enter one or another sector, so that high school students on graduation would know not just how to pass school exams, but they should also know what they want and can study. Yet another thing is that we often take part in various discussions, also in the parliament, and I discussed in the Committee on Rural Affairs the need for agricultural specialists. And there is a demand for such specialists having both vocational and higher education training. So the state can increase the number of funded places in educational establishments, but the community itself should engage here as well. And here we need awareness raising activities. I myself worked in the engineering industry, and I remember that since 2016, representatives of associations and confederations were knocking on all doors saying that we need engineers. Engineering industry needs experts. And we could see that in the period of 5 years, there was a peak of those professions. And the word engineering is already in the ears and minds of young people. So we should all of us work together to make agricultural sector attractive to work so that we could engage as many young people as possible. Yet another problem that you've mentioned is that people want but they can't. This is yet another problem. All of us understand that worthy people should enter university education. Wishes is not what is needed only. They need certain capacities as well. So all of us might agree that we don't need more diplomas, but better competencies. Thank you, Agne. Our discussion is drawing to an end, and to sum up, let me ask each of you, since we have this versatile discussion, and this is a serious discussion, not a one-sided discussion. So, are there practical actions that we could take tomorrow in order to have changes? So, each of you, please, Christina. Well, resilience is something big. We are not going to change in a day. So we should move in the right direction that we have already taken. We need to manage challenges that are in front of us. And we need to continue on this path to transformation. We need to find the best solutions in order to achieve best results. Of course, it is very difficult to see the future and to see the crises and challenges that will lie in front of us in the future. So, indeed, this is complicated, but let me mention something that was not mentioned in this discussion. No matter what crises and challenges are there, all of us know that climate change is something unavoidable. It is taking place. So we need to take measures to reduce the impact of climate change. It is highly important. Also, speaking about as to how we should increase the attractiveness of the agri-food sector, in communicating to young people, trying to attract them to this sector, we should stress the point related to climate change because they want to contribute to this process. And I believe that agri-food sector is one of the areas where these changes are highly needed and where they can be highly interesting, where these young people can use their skills and knowledge I haven't studied in this area, but I believe that it is possible to apply knowledge acquired in studies in this sector and to contribute towards this transformation. Thank you. Please. We could speak a lot, but our main objective of the Parliament, because we have a lot of laws drafted in this area, is the preservation of competitiveness in the area of energy so that we would not look worse as compared to other neighboring countries. Speaking about other Baltic states, Poland, and other countries, so that our energy would be competitive. If we don't ensure this, nobody would want to invest here, and they would look for opportunities to outsourcing, because it was already mentioned, there's the problem of labor force, high energy costs. A package of laws was adopted, adopting compensation mechanisms. Let me also mention that currently we produce around 30% of our energy needs, and in the year 2030, we are going to harness sea wind, also solar power, and 100 megawatts are produced in our old hydropower, 25% in our small plants, and 1004 by our Kaišiadorys hydro combustion plant. Currently, the additional block is being constructed, and we understand that it is going to produce green energy. Turbines are going to be installed, and in addition, nuclear energy. Without it, we are not going to tackle this. And in addition, also hydropower, hydrocarbons, and solar power. Then we will be able to speak about chips, etc. Because now we are talking, but we simply don't have energy to produce them. Now, going back to agri sector, energy is a highly important component here. Thank you. Very briefly, I like the idea expressed by Agne when she said that it is highly important for us to hear each other in public and private sector, and events like this become an inspiration for all of us. And I'm very glad to be able to take part in your forum for the second year in a row. I was highly impressed last year by the presentation of the entire sector, where it was said that this sector encompasses all the other sectors as well, logistics, storing, etc. So it is highly important to hear each other so that the public sector learns firsthand as to what decisions are needed so that necessary aid could be delivered in terms of training specialists, providing resources, so that these energy economy engines would have as many human resources with adequate skills as needed. Thank you. It was already mentioned that energy competitiveness is highly important. So let me encourage us using the opportunities that the state has already provided. Currently, it is possible to apply with regard to support for your resources and equipment requiring more energy. And despite the recent drama, the environmental energy providing such support received only 2 applications. this is too little because the amount of 1.5 billion could be received by one company. Also, small farmers can apply. In the near future, we will provide financing for farmers for the installation of solar plants up to 400 kilowatts, and there is a facilitated permission scheme. Yet another opportunity is the renewable resources communities. So there's a possibility to cooperate and tackle problems, thereby at the same time increasing competitiveness. Thank you.
With two numbers. One of them was mentioned this morning at 9 o'clock. We probably reached 8 billion people in the world, so quite a number. At the same time, during the time of our panel discussion, so 1 hour, 15 minutes, around 700 people died of famine in the world. So we have a challenge about overproduction of food some places in the world, and malnutrition and famine other places. So the resilience is also very much about being global around distribution and of production and food. How to do it? That's a separate topic for another discussion. If we start with ourselves, I think it's called 3R principle. Reconsider before you buy a new thing: food, clothes, anything. Reuse what you have, recycle what you need to get rid of, and be careful about consumption. That each of us can do. And about the general policy defined in the strategy called the Green Deal, which is not a law yet, it's a strategy which will be translated into some legislative regulations. I think we need to acknowledge that there is something, we need to do something about it. The climate change is there, as you mentioned, and we cannot deny a prescription against climate change. We need to accept it is there. We need to do something gradually in a wise way. At the same time, in one remark, we need to fight the extremes. When we hear, and yesterday I met Algis, we were sitting there in Brussels, we discussed the new challenges which are defined, especially around animal production in Europe, with plans like even stopping animal production at all. That is called Stop Slaughter Age, I think, initiative with that name. Another initiative, Stop Cage Era, or one last, sorry for mentioning, but I couldn't stop my astonishment hearing about the initiative by the German animal welfare organization called PETA, saying women should stop sex with men who eat meat. Where are we going? I ask a question. So we need to find a balance. We need to find a balance and make a wise transition. And of course, we can reduce consumption of meat in Europe because with 70 or 80 kilos per capita per year, we can reduce at least by half. And we can remember time in the 80s when we ate much less and we lived quite good lives. So let's do it in a wise way and find a solution, because we cannot find a vaccine as we found against COVID-19. We cannot find it against climate change and the other
Thank you
challenges.
so much. Thank you. And Giedrius.
Thank you. In conclusion, let me take this opportunity to say that let us create a Lithuanian value chain. I wouldn't have said this in Poland, but here I can say it. If we produce our energy from wind and solar energy, sometimes we have certain raw materials that we don't use, but which we can turn into products. Let us read labels on the products that we are buying. This way, we are going to create the value chain. Let us vote with our money and actual work. Thank you. Thank you, all the participants. Thank you for the participation.
Dabar trumpa kavos pertraukėlė.
Now we have a brief coffee break, and we will come back to our last discussion and the concluding remarks of the conference.
My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You'll reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue. Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You'll reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius. It's,
Vilnius.
which one?
Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. The pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia.
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, we'll never know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue. Vilnius is so walkable. I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue. Vilnius is so walkable. I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop. How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius. It's,
Vilnius.
Which one? Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, never know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
are red, violets are blue. Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue. Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Sveiki, prašom drąsiau, paskutinė sesija.
Let us start our final session. Please take a seat. You will have lots of time for live interactions during dinner time. And there's not many of you left, but let us make a conclusion.
And farmers, this is the final topic of today, the closing session. We will hear 3 presentations from 3 distinguished speakers, and then we will close the event for today and take off and go have dinner. So let me invite on stage Head of Office of European Investment Bank for the Baltics, Marco Francini, and I hope you greet him with a lot of applause, and we will begin the closing session of today. Thank you.
So good afternoon everybody. Allow me to start by thanking AgriFood Lithuania for the invitation to this event. I will start presenting what the EAB Group is and which kind of product and service we are able to offer to support the agri-food value chain. So the EIB is the Bank of the EU. Our shareholders are the 27 member states. We issue AAA bonds in capital markets and we finance projects in 4 key areas: infrastructure, environment, innovation, and SMEs. The headquarters is located in Luxembourg, and we have opened the office for the Baltic state in 2020. The EIB Group is composed by the European Investment Bank, a subsidiary, the European Investment Fund, that targets mainly SMEs, and a newly established branch, EIB Global, that is responsible for the operation outside the EU. Last year, in Lithuania, we had a record high number of transactions, in total of 14, supporting mainly SMEs, but also financing key public sector infrastructure projects such as Vilnius Water and Vilnius District Heating Company. So we're a bank, so we offer mainly long-term loans to public and private sector counterparts, but also guarantee and capital relief instrument for financial intermediaries, and also equity to funds to our daughter company, the EIF. We also provide technical and financial advisory services for capacity building and to get project bankable. So how do we work? As any other bank, we have to carry out a financial due diligence of the project and the counterpart to assess the creditworthiness. At the same time, we also evaluate the technical, economic, and financial viability of the project, thanks to our project department that is composed of engineers and economists that are checking the viability of the project, as I was mentioning. Once the project is approved, we can start the negotiation of the contract. And there is a direct contract between the EIB and the borrower. After signature, we can start the disbursement of the fund and we monitor the implementation of the project. We are also the EU Climate Bank. We have been pioneering green bonds. In 2007, we issued the first climate awareness bond, and since then we have increased our support to climate action. We had prepared our first climate strategy in 2015, and in 2019 we made an historic decision to switch out from supporting unabated fossil fuel-based projects and to increase our lending to climate action. So why do we support the agri-food value chain? First, the sector is crucial to address the growing demand for healthier food and challenges such as climate action. In addition, it is highly impacted by geopolitical tension. Second, the agriculture, food and fisheries sector are amongst the largest employer in the EU. It is crucial for the economic growth in the rural areas and coastal region in which just over 1/4 of the EU population lives. Third, there is a need for investment to upgrade physical assets, enhance the use of innovative technologies in production process, and improve resource efficiency all along the value chain. How do we support the agri-food value chain? The sector is mostly made of farmers, small and medium enterprises, mid-caps and cooperative that are relatively underserved by the financial sector. Our focus is on food quality and security, sustainable and inclusive rural development, climate-smart production, innovation, resource efficiency. Circular economy also creates potential new market for bio-based materials for products ranging from biodegradable packaging to makeup. EIB Group support and involvement in the sector has increased steadily since the reform of the Common Agricultural Policy, and I will now make some examples of transactions that we have been signing in the last years. We support the member state in co-financing national and regional budgetary contribution to their rural development program implemented under the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development. Thanks to the EAFRD, each member state receives a financial contribution from the EU that has to be supplemented with its own financial means. Having secured EIB financing for investment-related measures under such program, the regional and national authorities are able to launch public support scheme. Under this framework, EIB has supported Poland, Hungary, and Slovakia. How do we support SMEs? Both EIB and EIF provide a variety of instruments to local national promotion institutions and financial intermediaries that would lend to SMEs. Multi-beneficiary investment loans is a long-term liquidity instrument provided by the EIB to financial intermediaries. We also offer guarantees and risk sharing on existing or new exposure that will allow the bank to have a capital relief. With this in mind, the financial intermediary commits to generate within a certain allocation period additional loans to SMEs. We can also provide asset-backed securities, and we have also been cornerstone investor in several ABS funding and both taking senior or mezzanine risk. The transaction with Crédit Agricole targets the support of young farmers, so farmers below 40 years old. But we can also support the value chain directly. We can support mid-caps and large corporate financing projects that would be eligible for us. An eligible project is either capital expenditure, such as construction cost, equipment, engineering cost, etc. But we can also finance RDI programs, which are actually the salaries of the researchers. When we can consider a period of 3 to 5 years, we have a total cost, and we can finance up to 50% of this total cost. The reason is because we want the company to have what we call skin in the game, so to invest, but at the same time, we see ourselves as a catalyst. So we want to see other banks joining us into the financing. Of course, we offer long-term maturities, attractive interest, and a diversification of funding sources. Probably you know Puratos. Puratos is a Belgian company active in the production of fermentation-based products and food ingredients for the bakery, patisserie, and chocolate sectors. The loan supports the R&D program concerning healthier and more nutritious components, food processing, and shelf life extension. We can also support cooperative of farmers, which are SMEs. So we are also supporting them, the farmers supporting cooperative. IPIM is the largest dairy cooperative in Estonia. The loan would support the construction of a greenfield plant in Paide, Estonia, that will process milk and produce high-quality dairy products such as cheese, pasteurized cream, and sweet whey powder. The new facility will partially replace some aging manufacturing facility. The investment will also support sustainable agriculture. I was mentioning before innovative bio-based industries. So Novamont is an Italian company that have been developing innovative technology to produce bioplastic and biochemicals based on renewable resources, which are biodegradable and compostable. Novamont holistic approach, where the business model includes local agriculture as well as the reuse of byproduct, is producing net positive result for material innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's see, maybe there is someone in the audience who would like to ask you a question. Would you say maybe country-wise, which of the countries is the most active in applying for funds?
We measure our support to the countries as a percentage of their and the size of their economies. So we can say that the Baltic states are generally in the top 5, if not in the top 10 of the countries. So last year, intervention in Lithuania has been particularly high, with more than 450 million, which was a record year.
Are we doing better than Estonia?
Yes, it was. So in amount was larger than Estonia, but as a percentage of the economy, I think Estonia was a little bit higher, but still in the top 5.
Okay, that's important to know. Is there anyone else in the audience who would want to say a final remark, thank the speaker, or ask a question? If not, we will do that by applauding you and thanking you very much for sharing the opportunities of funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Further on, I would like to invite on stage Food Scale Hub Vice President of Business Development at Food Scale Hub. That's Grigoris Hatzikostas. Welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you.
I have a long tradition of torturing moderators with my surname pronunciation, so don't worry. I think you did excellent. So, I'm Grigoris Hatzikostas. I work at Food Scale Hub, and the purpose of my intervention today is to present some funding opportunities that our organization is offering for the next 5 years. And since in the previous panel I was participating, one good friend of mine was saying all the time, show me the money, show me the money. This is the money. The thing is that we have a few open calls. They're so different from each other, but they all together account for a little bit less than 9.5 million euros for the upcoming years. And this is just a drop in a big lake of open calls that exists all over Europe, because you're going to hear about more opportunities from my colleague later on. So the main message that I would like to start my intervention is get informed. Through European Enterprise Network, through your local DIG, through the Commission services on the portal, there are so many opportunities for funding that I don't think that there should be good ideas, innovative ideas, without receiving an initial funding. The projects I'm going to present today are 5. We even have projects from Horizon 2020. This is the European program that is now finishing. But the idea of the structure of my intervention would be a very quick overview of all the available calls that we as Food Scale Hub have, and then I would like to focus a little bit on Icarus, which is a project that is about drone innovation. It's upcoming next. Lithuania also participates strongly in this project, so I think it's a good opportunity to look at the details of this particular call. So first of all, the D-Rural. The D-Rural aims to finance ideas that will help the digital transformation of rural areas in Europe. Technically speaking, we have already 4 region demonstrators. We have areas of interest, and we have particular pilots. I want you to focus on this part here, because I think this is quite important, the last part here, about the mirror regions. This is quite important for this room. D-Rural as a project will issue calls at around 1 million in total that will aim to replicate the services of the project into other regions. The idea here is for some technology providers, some NGOs, some farmers' organizations, etc., create a team in your region. By region, I don't necessarily mean the regional government. I mean create a regional ecosystem and go to apply to replicate what the rural is doing with this respect. The criteria are clear: alignment and excellence, impact and team. It's all external evaluators. By the way, for all these projects, we're also looking for external evaluators. So please, if you're not planning to submit a proposal, come and apply. Then, we're moving to Titan. Titan is extremely interesting project about transforming the food system with respect to transparency. In this case, we will have open calls for 3 different pilots, one related to food safety, the other one related to sustainability, and the third one related to health and well-being of consumers. Again, external evaluation. This call is addressed to consortia of three partners, three high-tech companies or innovators in the sector. And, no, wait a second. And the available money is around 150K per consortium. Moving that, we go then to In Cities Food, another project that there is a strong Lithuanian participation. This is about rolling out services of urban and peri-urban agriculture in cities and countries of Africa. It's quite demanding because we would like simultaneously to finance individuals, but also to finance digital innovation hub type activities, to finance local initiatives that then they will distribute the funds, they will do the capacity building, they will do the testing. It's quite an ambitious project, but with a very strong global impact that I invite you to stay together with that. Obviously, the individuals' tickets, which you see here as 3,500, look very small to you, but keep in mind that with this money, you can really make a difference in Africa. And since we want to experiment with technologies that will help families and communities to have food sovereignty and self-sustainability, we're going to work with aquaponics, we're going to work with technologies that you can really apply with small amount of money. Another one. This goes for bigger amounts, more money, as you would say, Augustus. This one is about eco-ready. This is about building living labs that bring together citizens, scientists, and other actors to discuss about the climate change and how this is going to affect the food sector. The funding here is not small at all. If you look at the opportunity, it can reach up to 400K per living lab, and living labs are supposed to be partnerships, so technically you need at least 2 members for a partnership, and the one who should be scientific or technical, and the other one needs to be representing the community. We're still looking for award criteria. Please kindly note that for all these projects, first of all, in EcoReady, I think we signed yesterday the grant agreement, but in any case, all this information aims to give you a hint, to give you an idea. The final open calls will be published later on. And I'm leaving for the last the Icarus because we're going to look deeply into that, but before that, if there is one picture you want to take from this meeting, I think this is the one. It explains all the deadlines, all the amounts of the open calls that we will be managing next. It's clear number of projects to fund, type of application and budget. We try to summarize everything in one table. And the second project you see here is Icarus. Icarus is going to be presented right now. We are going to talk about the open calls. Let's see a little bit what Icarus is about. Some of you might remember that Icarus was a Greek mythology hero that I like to fly around. In our case, the topic of the project is about using drones to help not only farming, but rural areas in general become more competitive, more attractive for people to live. Our hosts, as you can see, they are partners in this project, core partners in this project. Since you asked also, we have an Estonian partner, if that makes a difference to you. But also we have a very strong Greek representation. We have also partners from Spain, France, and of course, Netherlands and UK. Moving now to the types of research institutes, we do have 3 European research institutes. We have industry stakeholders, and we have 4 non-for-profit organizations that are representing the ecosystem. So, what challenges are we tackling? The drone technology has been well developed in pure scientific technical terms. However, people are not using it as much as they should. Is it because it is expensive? Is it because people are lacking the skills? Is it because we have strong regulatory barriers, or to speak better, lack of a proper framework for this to be applied? Or is it that people don't feel that it's safe flying drones around? All of these reasons are valid, but the purpose of the project is to try to understand better the barriers and try to overcome them. How to overcome them? With these 4 types of activities. First of all, there is a little bit of research that still needs to be done. Not research in the technology per se, but research on our perception of technology and our possibility to accept and take advantage of the technology. So technically speaking, there is an ongoing research, by the way, with the drone use in rural areas and agriculture. If you can join our website, please feel free to answer the questionnaire. We have also the test cases. These are the use cases are the experiments that you can see live. And we're trying to cover crop and livestock monitoring. We're trying to cover rural logistics. We will see in details later on. Then, lack of knowledge. We have a broad, not only a broad program of educating and training potential users, hence the open universities in part of our consortium, but also tailor-made coaching and mentoring services for the drone companies that are trying to understand the farmers in the rural sector. And then, of course, like every project, we care about the post-project sustainability. We want something that will scale up. We want something that we will be able to build a part of a broader ecosystem around the drone technologies. So, what we want through the project is to explore the opportunities, to fulfill the potential that drone technologies have to make rural areas of Europe better places to live, more prosperous places to live, and generally speaking, to improve the quality of life and reduce the risks. What we are developing, first of all, a platform that takes into account a series of knowledge factors, including the drone market landscape monitoring that we're currently doing, business and governance models, an academy for trainings, and of course, the results of the trials and the demonstrators. Also, we are running an open call, and this is the topic that I will analyze later on, which aims exactly to bring new technologies inside. The existing use cases, we have a very interesting one in Lithuania that refers to forestry and biodiversity monitoring. There is one for livestock monitoring in France, one for crop monitoring in Spain, drone spraying in Greece. This is a very interesting one because it's a total experimental level. Keep in mind that drone spraying legal framework does not exist yet, and that's a big problem. So we want really to, through this process, to push also the legislation. And last but not least, and very important, in North Macedonia, we're working on rural logistics. We're working to deliver medicine, small pieces of equipment, needed things in aging population in the villages of North Macedonia. But we know that from now, that actually even from 2021 that we designed this project, many things changed. That's why we need our open call to make sure that we will incorporate the new technologies, the new approaches, but we will also give the opportunity to the rural communities to find their own way of how they can use and take advantage of drones. So what do we have here? We're going to explain the open call at a glance. We're going to look at the push open call overview, the pull open call overview, and then a little bit on submission and evaluation procedure. I will try to do this in exactly 5 minutes. So the pace is going to be fast. Technically speaking, we are delivering a little bit more than 1 million euros through this call. We are going to have 20 projects that will be financial support to third parties, 8 for the push call and 12 for the pull call. And the money that people can receive is up to 50 per K for the pull calls and up to 60 per K per push calls. What do we want to do? First of all, by the beginning of this year, we would like to have an open call manual, guidelines for the interested applicants. Then we would like also to define the challenges that we're going to address in some level of detail based on the research that we're currently doing. Of course, we have some strong technical requirements. There will be a platform that people will upload, and we have to make sure that everything works and is tested so that we don't run into problems. And of course, to launch 2 open calls in 2 iterations. Practically, we have 2 calls twice in the lifetime of the project. In total, 4 open calls will be launched. One will be in April 2023, and the rest will follow. You will see you have all the details in the previous table. Now, twice, the first we're talking about the push open calls. Here we have a little less than half a mil, 240K per open call, and up to 60K per winner. The duration of the sub-projects is 12 months. We're going to finance in total 8 projects, 4 per open call. The first open call is going to be launched in April this year, 2023, and the next one in February 2024. What is the push open calls about? Here we are targeting the technology developers. Let it be drone manufacturers, IoT companies, even research institutes or spin-outs of the research institutes. We are targeting the people who are developing technologies. We're not looking for consortia. It's a single applicant call. And here we want to make not only technologies, but also datasets, drone-related datasets available to the people. Of course, the eligibility criteria have to do with the alignment of the open call, the eligibility with respect to the country of establishment of the company, and everything has to be submitted according to the rules. Here is some indicative timeline. All this information is indicative. Nothing is legally binding. So don't take a picture of this and come 2 years to tell me that we use different dates. This is all a matter of the commission. And then we have the submission. The evaluation will take place in the summertime. Let's see, this is going to be the most challenging part. And by 2023, the projects will start. And then you see the different phases, because we have one small phase, which is the design, the preparatory action, the main phase of the development, which lasts for 6 months, and the last phase, which is about launching what you developed in the market. So practically, you have 3 different stages in the project. Then we go to the pool open calls. Here, it's 50K per winner. The first call will be launched in September 2023, and the second one in July 2024. We're going to finance 12 projects in total, and we have 600K available for this job. Who are we targeting? Now we want to turn around the game. We want to put the users, the communities, behind the steering wheel. So technically, we are aiming at end users, which might be agri-food producers, NGOs that are working on environmental advocacy, rural communities, even public sector organizations, into deciding what problems, what challenges they can solve with the use of drone technology, and then procure, buy, and implement drone technologies to solve them. Practically, we're giving tickets of 50K to rural communities to really make the first investment in drones and to see how it works. Again, similar setup with respect to the time. These projects, again, will last for 12 months. And here is another picture that you can summarize that explains all the things that are going to happen during the open call. Here you can see how much money is available, how many projects are going to be financed per call, and what is how much money. Okay, that's not important for you, but just for the external evaluators to know that there is a generous fee for them, so you can also apply for that. Of course, at the end of this process, we would like to disseminate the results, both the existing use cases, but also the pilots that will come through the open call will be the main communication messages that we will pass to the ecosystem. The roadmap is typical. There will be an open call that people need to study. Then based on that, we need to check the eligibility criteria, submit, and evaluation will take place. The evaluation process will be managed by an advisory board that will also play the role of redress committee in case issues appear. The award criteria have to do with the concept and the feasibility, the technological readiness, the impact and exploitation, but also about the organizational capacity and the proper allocation of resources within the project. The criteria are going to be weighted, of course, and in case of redress requests, we are going to establish a committee that will discuss the redress and will come back with results. We need external evaluators, providing that there will be no conflict of interest. So really, if you're not planning to submit, please do apply to become external evaluators in our open call. Again, we have the paying modalities are presented here. 30% comes with the activity plan. So practically in the first 2 months, you can deliver an activity plan and already get 30% of the funding. Once you deliver the technological part of your project, you are getting another 50%, and the last 20% comes with the last deliverable that has to do with market activities. I hope I have convinced you to participate all. Thank you very much. Please feel free to ask me questions.
Thank you so much. Do stay for a minute. You said something like get informed, and then you also showed this slide saying, you know, this is if you want to take out this one thing, this will be your only takeaway. And then you show this slide with a lot of charts and dates and everything. And my question is, how do I get informed without getting, you know, a little discouraged by too many dates and details and whatever? Where do I start?
My strong encouragement for you would be to start from your local digital innovation hub, because those are the places. The AgriFood Lithuania Digital Innovation Hub participates in this project for a reason, to be a center of information. So if you are in the Baltics and you really want to get funded, these are the people to talk to. Likewise, some people in Greece might come to our organization, some people in Spain might go to other organizations, but generally speaking, you are right that there is a lack of proper information in those cases. That's why we're trying to build nodes all over Europe that will have direct relationship with the potential beneficiaries.
Let's see if potential beneficiaries have any questions or comments in the audience. Everything was clear. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Last but not least, Senior Innovation Officer at AgriFood Lithuania, Tomas Hitsudis, will be with us. Do welcome him with a very big round of applause as well. He's the last person speaking on this stage. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tomas Hitsudis. I'm the Senior Innovation Officer at AgriFood Lithuania. And first of all, I really want to thank you for still being here, still listening to us. I know it's been a very long day for all of us, and I promise I will be as concise as possible to bring us a step closer to the fun part of the day, which is the drinking, the socializing, all of that. So since we are talking about opportunities for SMEs, the industry, and the farmers, I would also like to present to you 2 more examples of such opportunities, and specifically 2 European projects that provide support activities and direct funding, but solely to SMEs, and specifically to SMEs that have to offer solutions for urban agriculture and for food processing. So I will get directly to the point, and I will present to you the projects. I will give you information about the general scope of the project, who is participating in the project, because it is important for you to know whom are you going to interact with and communicate with in case that you are interested in participating, and what do these projects have to offer to you. So I will start with the first one. The project is called Suave. And Suave is a European project with a main aim of boosting the urban agriculture towards a more sustainable and a more resilient urban food systems. How to do that? By targeting European SMEs and by supporting them in the process of transitioning towards a more green, a more digital-based future of the urban food supply. What tools to use in this process? Direct funding through the innovation scheme, internationalization missions to the US, to Canada, and to Mexico, and training skills and training courses, for upskilling, for networking, and for different learning activities. For all this process, more than €1 million will be dedicated. So as I've mentioned, who is participating in this project? Our coordinator is the Gabolis Valley from France. FEMAC from Spain, InnoSCART from Hungary, Unimos from Poland, and of course AgriFood Lithuania. So these are the organizations that you should reach out to in case that you want to get more information, more details, and that you are interested in participating. So what does Suave has to offer to you? So here is the strategy that the project has developed for the direct support to the SMEs. As you can see, it is divided in 3 different layers. You can see the total amounts that are going to be dedicated for each layer, the number of the SMEs that are going to be benefited by it, and starting with the first one, we have the get prepared stage, which is basically depending on the needs and the level of the development of the solution of your SME, you may choose to apply to whichever stage you find more appropriate for you. So we have the get prepared stage, where basically the SMEs will be supported in finding the most urgent areas that they need help with. And will be also supported with training courses and training sessions with the experts. Then we move on to the collaborate scheme, which is bringing people, like-minded people together in order to help each other and in order to take your solutions and your ideas even further. And that will happen through matchmaking events on a European level, international events, and the internationalization missions that I mentioned before. For the participation and for the travel costs, there will be, of course, vouchers provided. And finally, we're getting to the innovate stage, which is the main stage with the 2 open calls. In this stage is addressed specifically to SMEs that they have solutions to provide that at least at the beginning of the project will be on TRL 4, and they are aiming to reach TRL 6 to TRL 7 by the end of the project. So this stage is focusing mainly in the implementation of R&D studies and for prototyping designing. And of course, we will have the innovation contest with the final award by the end of the process. So these are the dates that you should keep in mind if you're interested. For the first 2 stages, the get prepared and the collaborate one, the dates are not completely yet fixed, but we know for sure that the relative tasks will start between month 8 and month 10 of the project, meaning between April and June of 2023. So the closer that we get to these dates, the more information will become available and more details will be available to you as well. But for the third stage, which is about the open calls, the dates are already fixed. So as I've mentioned, 2 open calls. The first open call will be launched on April 2023. We provide 2 months to the SMEs to prepare and submit their proposals. So we are going to June 2023, and by August 2023, the results will become available. The same applies for the second open call. December 2023, it will be launched. The results by February 2024, and the results, by April 2024, and the deadline by February 2024. Moving onwards, we have the second project, which is the High Five project. Here, as you can see, the consortium is a little bit broader, so I'm not going to go into much of a detail to each partner, but AgriFood Lithuania is partner of the consortium. Most probably you all know Flanders Food, which is the coordinator of the project, and even so, most probably also you also know the Smart Sensors for AgriFood cluster, which is basically every partner of this consortium is partner also of the Smart Sensors for AgriFood cluster. So you won't have any issues finding us. So the general scope of the project, this one, is to support, to foster, to enable any SME targeted actions to implement or to bring to the market digital innovation technologies that address specific challenges of the food processing companies. Again, how to do that? With a voucher scheme, by providing support actions on an individual level and on a collective level. I will explain later what the details about it. And by extracting the results, the lessons learned, the good practices of this process, and by bringing them up to the Smart Sensors for AgriFood network, and by valorizing them through this network. In total, more than 9 million euros is dedicated to this process, to tangible or non-tangible company support actions. Again, the framework of the project. as I've mentioned, we have the support actions on one hand, which means that the project will provide assistance to the SMEs of the agri-food value chain throughout all stages of their transition towards a more green and digital-based future. So this will happen on an individual level and a collective level. The individual level will take place on demand individual support actions, which basically will help SMEs to address specific challenges that they face either during the adoption or in the implementation of innovative digital technologies. Meaning, for example, that they could support them in the development of a market readiness assessment or by training their employees during the transition period to new technologies, or by simply helping them find new funding opportunities. And on a collective level, it will take place through the collective support actions, which basically will be 4 cross-regional events that will include demonstration cases, pitching sessions, training sessions. It will include technology centers, living labs, policymakers, etc. And then we're moving to the direct funding again with the launch of 2 vouchers. In this case, the vouchers will provide a maximum of 60,000 euros per SME as a lump sum contribution. And here we are also having a TRL threshold, meaning that the eligible activities are the activities that will contribute to the further development and in the implementation of already tested technologies. Either we are talking about a product or a service or a process, meaning also that we are looking on solutions that they begin at least at TRL 6. Finally, again, the timeline, the dates that you should keep in mind. The first open call will be launched in August 2023, and the deadline will be, again, 2 months later, October 2023. The second open call will be on April 2024 and will be closed by June 2024. And I think that this is pretty much from my side. Yes. So, as a closing remark, I would just like to thank you again, and just to say that, bring your ideas to us, bring your solutions to us, keep in touch with the projects, with the consortia, keep in touch with us, and good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being this brief and concise, and let's see if there is a final comment or question in the audience. If not, as you said, there's not a lot of time left to dinner and drinks, right? So we thank you here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Yes, please, applause.
Thank you.
And this rounds up the final session too. I would like to thank everybody for being so active, for listening, for participating, for your applause all the time, for wanting to know so much, and for sharing your ideas. It was a very fruitful day, full of discussions, and I would like to give the floor back to Christina, who will close this properly. Thank you.
Well, I'm supposed to be some kind of slide, maybe behind my back. So first of all, and most important, thank you for being here today. We have had really many very fruitful, very insightful, very productive discussions and insights. So let's hope on the real actions. Let's hope we continue in the right direction. And next year, when we meet, for sure, let's hope that we already will have peace for the food, and we will be talking only about the real actions, what we can implement in the future. So for the closing remarks, war, climate change, energy crisis, everything puts pressure on the agri-food sector. In the face of the multiple crises that we've been talking a lot today, COVID, war, enhancing food security and food systems resilience is very crucial. We talked a lot about transforming food systems, bringing innovation into the action, not forgetting youth, not forgetting women, and remembering that we only together can change the food systems which need to go under innovative approach. Fostering innovation and digitalization in agriculture, including small farms, of course, not forgetting the big ones also, exploiting the potential of the edicts, very important new tool coming from European Commission. So let's not forget that, promoting regenerative, brand new concept, agriculture and carbon farming, which is becoming new, fashionable, trendy thing in agri-food sector. Of course, strengthening food value chains, enforcing just transition, and assisting the change in general of the food consumption and general eating habits. So recent and emerging crises require that we as a society work together and as food system actors act collaboratively. And we talked a lot today about networks of networks. We heard about that in the keynotes. So I wish that today the new people you have met, it's gonna be new partnerships, and we will create a new network of networks. Thank you once again, and let's meet next year.